Ja, dus ik heb er dus even eentje gepakt om een beetje idee te hebben. Maar inderdaad, ik heb die 2021 gepakt of zo. Dus het is een beetje realiseer ik me later, een beetje een old one.
Ja.
Dat je nog lockdowns had, geen verkiezingsjaar.
Ja.
En dan zie je dat dus inderdaad het percentage wat uitgegeven wordt ook verschillend.
Maar sommigen hadden dus inderdaad dat het middel ver maar wat is ook nog heel erg was, dat je ongeveer echt in een week voorafgaand aan nog heel veel nieuwe informatie binnenstromen. En dat zal ook voor de nationale bekendheid zo zijn. Dat dan nog heel veel donaties zijn.
Ja.
Als het voor die tijd aan het doen is, denk ik wel hoor.
So I make another last call and then we start.
Yeah.
Everything okay with the presentation?
Yeah, I think
Good.
It's better just to do it on the laptop. It might be easier anyway. You can do it either way. Just like this, right?
Yeah.
Or you can,
Try.
or you can do it with this.
Yes,
probably.
yeah. So which one you feel?
Yeah, we'll see. Doe je van buiten zitten?
nee hoor, ik zal het stellen.
Dan kan je zo. Ja, goed.
Good morning, dear guests. Good morning in Brussels and good morning also online. Welcome to the second day of the Uncovered conference. My name is Lutz Kinke. I'm the Managing Director of the European Center for Press and Media Freedom in Leipzig. We are responsible for this conference. The program today focuses on very tangible topics. We will talk about money, we will talk about support, and we will talk about collaboration. Our first session is a masterclass titled The Murky Funding of European Politics. It is led by Lise Wittemann and Jesse Pinster, both working for the investigative platform Follow the Money. Lise and Jesse, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. I know some of you had a rough night, in a good way. I had a rough night because my kids woke me up the whole night. But I'm going to try and make the best out of it. The Follow the Money, just a bit about Follow the Money. We are an investigative platform from the Netherlands. About 40 people work there. And it started about 10 years ago, but since 5 years we're on a rise. And we have about 40,000 subscribers. And 5 years ago, more or less 5 years ago, I went as the first Brussels journalist to Brussels. I was living in the Netherlands. I was working as a political journalist in The Hague. And I thought, well, where's the power? The power lies in Brussels. So where should we go and follow the money? We have to go to Brussels. And it was a year before the elections. And one of the first questions I started looking into was therefore party donations. And I will tell a bit more about our findings then, but first a bit more on how Follow the Money developed since then. So I have been freelancing for Follow the Money mostly since 2018. And after 3 years, I was like, it would be great to partner up with other investigative journalists who are also doing network research and data journalism to understand how influence in Brussels works. But I noticed there are hardly any investigative journalists in Brussels. That is because most of the media just send 1 or 2 correspondents, and they feel by doing so they cover the whole area. And I think that's not wrong. I think they cover about 5% of what is going on here, and the other 95% is left uncovered. That's when we started brainstorming with Follow the Money, like what can we do? How can we make a little bit of a change? And we started our EU desk with the whole purpose not to try to cover with a small amount of people the whole area by ourselves, but by collaborating with journalists from all over Europe and see if in that sense we can see the influences from the several member states, from the several national industries, and we would be then the specialist hub, the EU specialists, but also initiating a lot of cross-border investigations. One of the biggest is the recovery files, and that is into the 800 billion EU recovery fund. Where does that money end up? How was it decided upon? We work together with over 20 journalists from all European member states to try to uncover what is going on. And that has been an investigation going on for 2 years, and it will be going on for several more years as this spending will last until 2026. Also for next year, we have a few big collaborations. One is on party finances, obviously. The other one is on MEPs, the members of the European Parliament, and their integrity. As after the Qatar bribery scandal, we felt it was good if the normal people, the European people, would know whom actually of the people in the European Parliament have integrity issues and who not, and to disclose any information that could be found on that, even if it's hidden in like national or regional news from their past lives. So those are 2 of the big collaborations. Tom here at the corner is our coordinator. If you feel like working together with us, please have a chat with him. We are always looking to expand our address books and work together as much as possible, because we really feel that European journalism, the power of European journalism, it lies within collaborations and also data journalism, as you will learn now. And Jesse, I will give the floor to you.
See what happens. Yeah. So yeah, I'm Jesse Pinser. I joined Lisa about a little over 2 years ago here in Brussels for Follow the Money. And well, this is one of the topics I've been looking into. So what are we going to do? I'll try to do the basics of EU parties, because it's a little messy system. Especially we'll look at how they are funded. Lisa, as she mentioned, did a big investigation back in 2018, 2019 already, so she will tell you what she found there. I recently did a smaller case study into a foundation. I'll tell you later what the relation between foundations and parties is. So we'll dive into that, and then I'll tell you a little bit about the broader project we're doing in the next, 9 months about. So let's get started with a little bit of the basics. So we have 10 EU parties here in Brussels. And important to know is that they're not the same as the groups within the European Parliament. So for instance, you see ECR, which is right-wing conservatives, and you have ECPM, which is the even more conservative Christian right. But in the European Parliament, they're actually in one group, the ECR group, which is the reason behind it are actually quite simple. ECPM is quite small. They don't have a lot of European members in the parliament, so they would lose a lot of money if they're that small. They wouldn't get a lot of time to talk during debates and all that kind of stuff. So they basically joined forces to get more money, more speaking time, etc., etc. And then we have the foundation. So each political party has a foundation, a kind of think tank. Not every European country has something like that. We do in the Netherlands, where it's called like a scientific bureau of the party who does studies, events, that kind of stuff. So we have that here as well with the EU parties. New Direction is the one we'll be talking about a little bit later. That's the one connected to ECR as well. So where did they actually came from? The first time they were actually mentioned was in the Maastricht Treaty back in 92, that was, 91, 92. And this was the sentence. So they were basically there to raise awareness, to connect with citizens. And I mean, they've been around, of course, before that. I mean, you had like Christian Democrats that were talking to each other for a long time, but the first time they were actually mentioned is this time. Little tip of the hat to Wouter Wolfs, who's a professor at Leuven here in Belgium. He wrote a book about European political parties and party finance reform, which was published last year, which I think is one of the best books on this topic. And we work quite a lot with him as well. He's always able to help. No, I'm going to. Oh, yeah. So, and I mentioned the foundations. So they, in the regulation, which came a little bit later, they stated that they were there to analyze and contribute to the debate. So that's the basics. But what do they actually do? I mean, it's just connecting the national parties with each other. So, like. What you see before every EU summit is that all the Christian Democrat leaders or the socialists, they will get together, have a little summit before the summit. But that's kind of the informal role they play. Can be quite important. I remember one after the last elections in 2019, just a few hundred meters from here, where you had the Christian Democrats, so the EPP were getting together. And they still had to decide, well, no, what happened actually was in Japan, the big EU countries who were there for a G7 summit, they basically said Frans Timmermans will be the next European president, or the president of the European Commission. Then Angela Merkel came back to Brussels to formalize it all, and basically the small Christian Democrats from Croatia, among others, basically said, we don't agree with this, you cannot do this on your own, and that was the end of Frans Timmermans' chance, which he really, really, really wanted to become the president of the European Commission. So that's like the informal part. The more formal part is connecting to the citizens. So what do you get then? It was actually supposed to be different pictures, but they come all at once. What you see is actually, this is in 2 weeks' time, so if you want to go to Ireland, that's a nice chance. The ECR Party Culture Weekend in Kilkenny. So they have a topic, which you cannot see there, but it's about agriculture. You have a lot of speakers. A lot of them come from Italy, which does make sense in a way because the ECR party, the Prime Minister in Italy, Meloni, her party joined ECR quite recently, and she's basically the dominant party in that. It used to be the British Conservatives, but they left. So you see a lot of Italian speakers coming there. There's a really nice townhouse where you'll all be staying, and it's pretty cheap. I mean, it's a little bit more expensive if you want your own room, but thanks to the funding of the European Parliament, they can make it pretty cheap. So those are the kind of things. We had some big conferences in Madrid just a couple of weeks back. So those are the party events you see. Okay, back to the money part. No, we'll keep that one waiting for a little bit. So the funding, public funding from the EU budget didn't start in 92. It took over 10 years before they figured that out. So in 2004, it was the first year that these political parties received money from the EU budget. It started quite small. It was the first year was about 7 million, which they had to divide. It's the most recent numbers I have are from 2021. It's 66 million. So there's an insane increase if you think about it. That has something to do with that there are actually more political parties. They started out with just a few, but then the others said like, okay, we might have to get an EU party together as well, especially if there's a big pile of money. We want that as well. So that kind of explains the increase. Well, we throw in inflation, but even if you take that out, it's been increasing quite a lot, and that has mainly to do with the fact that the European Parliament, formerly the Secretary General, but of course influenced by the party within the parties within the Parliament, they decide on the budget. So especially when there's a new party joining, and they want some money, but the ones that are already there, they don't want to lose any money, so they increase the budget, increase the budget, increase the budget. The rule is that they are not allowed to fund 100% of what they do with the EU budget, with the public money. So there's a co-financing obligation. That started off with being 75% was allowed to come from the EU budget, 25% you have to find on your own. So that's basically donations or contributions from members, so the national parties who contribute for their membership. But with the budget increasing all the time, it became harder and harder to get the 25% together. So what they did, they just like basically lowered the ceiling all the time. So by now it's not 25 they have to get on their own, it's just 10%. And in the case of foundations, even less, because for the foundations who basically nobody knows about outside Brussels, it was even harder to find donations. So they only have to find 5% from other sources and 95% from the EU budget. So the consequence of that is that every single euro of donations has become really important, because if you find €1 in donations, you can get 19 euros from the EU budget. They're even thinking about making it 0% for election years, but I mean, that's a little bit, I mean, the whole idea is that you have a connection to the citizens and the society. So if you say like no donations, no membership fees anymore, you kind of lose that as well. Excuse me. So what happened as well is that you got like kind of dodgy constructions to get the donations together. So you have the donation carousel, where basically a company gets a contract from the EU party and they give the party a donation. Or you have basically buying access. You had with the Liberal Party a lot of tech companies who were get like a nice place during a conference, and they would pay some donations as well. We used to have also in-kind donations, which was an interesting structure. Basically, if the ECR party would do a conference here and they, Noord-Rijn-Westfalen would say, okay, you can use this place for free, then in the books they would say like, okay, this venue, this is worth, well, a couple of €1,000 to rent it. So they got it for free, but they put it in the books like a donation to get more public funding. That's not allowed anymore. So a little bit about spending. I took the annual report of 2021 from the European Socialists. So you see quite a lot of money is going to personnel, rent, and events and communication are the smaller parts. I mean, this is 21, so in an election year it would like be a little bit different, of course. This was also, we had some lockdown still, so maybe a little bit less events, but so that you have like a little bit of a general idea about where the money is going. Let me check. Yeah, like I said, a lot of new parties joined the fray because there was a lot of public money. So what happened as well was you basically had ghost offices. So an address somewhere in Brussels or in a small German village where an EU party was registered, and so they got a lot of public money, which basically went to the national parties to spend. The rules got a little bit stricter over the years, so it's a little bit harder to do that right now. So I'll give the floor back to Lisa to tell a little bit more about, you can do that on your own, about what you found in 2019 when you went through all the books.
So you understand, I had to fresh up my mind a bit 5 years ago. And I reread some of the stories to fresh my mind. And fortunately, I also wrote a story back then on how all the information on the annual reports, for instance, was then archived. Because by now you can find the donations in separate lists, and you can just go to the website and find an overview of all the donations to European parties. Back then, most of them published only their annual year reports, and they didn't do that by publishing the document online in a nice, accessible format, but by scanning the figures in the most horrible ways. Most of the time, there were figures that you couldn't see if it was a 6 or an 8. It was very small. So even though we had a data journalist, she couldn't just like scrape all the information and place it all in an Excel sheet. No, we had to print all the information and of 5 years of all party finances and contributions of both the parties and think tanks, and then filled it all in the Excel sheets one by one. And I remember traveling around with a suitcase all the time with all the printed annual reports, and every time I had like a coffee break or whatever, I would just sit down and do a bit of that homework until that whole thing was filled. Also, we reached out, of course, to a lot of the parties to get some of that information quicker, or to understand, is this figure a 6 or an 8? And it took ages to get information. They wouldn't respond to us until the point that we would just reach out on social media and say, you aren't a transparent party until you just answer our questions, you know, because we felt like we had to make a point out of this. We didn't only look into the donations and the contributions. I say donations and contributions because back then it was all mixed. What is a donation? What is a contribution? They used these terms back and forth without a clear explanation. And also the numbers often didn't really add up. So at a certain point we decided to just look at all the third, the outside funding, wherever it came from, and investigated that. But we also looked into the expenses. It's in Dutch, sorry for that, but you see the numbers and the parties and the spendings, and you see that the ECPM, which is like a conservative Christian party, had the most spending in these years overall. And these are the donations, and you see that also into the right-wing parties, the right-wing conservatives, they received most of the donations for the simple reason that they worked hardest to really try to find any possible donation and contribution.
And they don't have a lot of members.
And they don't have a lot of members. And but the more interesting thing was, where did these donations come from? And what you see is the big red part is the United States, which was a bit of a surprise, obviously. Second was Switzerland, which is also interesting because it's not an EU country, but that's also because many of the Swiss parties want to somehow be part of what is going on in Europe, so they also donated. And then you see that of those American donations, a lot of is companies, that's the blue part, and the yellow part is mostly NGOs or think tanks or other non-profits. So that's a bit for the statistics, but what is behind these numbers and figures? First, a bit more on the party spendings. What was very interesting is that we looked at, of course, we saw that, for instance, the EPP, who also got which is the Christian Democrats, who got a lot of funding, also from the European Parliament budget. We tried to weigh the spending by dividing it per member of the European Parliament. Obviously, the EPP has the most members of the European Parliament, so we tried to find relative spendings. And we saw, for instance, that the EPP spent far most on gadgets per MEP. 36,000 euro per member of the European Parliament was spent on gadgets, while for the Christian, for Acre, it was just 125 euro. Another interesting find was that one of the parties spent 93,000 euro a year on their website. And the Christian Democrats managed to spend 8.4 million euro on meeting costs, so meeting rooms, etc. Then on the donations, what was very, very interesting, and there was a lot of debate also on this topic around that time, is that we saw that right-wing conservatives got a lot of funding from American Christian Orthodox organizations, pro-life, anti-gay rights kind of organizations. But they also received the money from the tobacco company and from will hunters. Apparently there was around that period also discussion on should there be a ban on will hunting. So the will hunters also chipped in with donations. When it comes to the liberals, as Jess already said a bit, there was a lot of big tech money, Google, Facebook, but also Uber, also a renowned known company by now. And Food Drink Europe, which is the biggest lobby for food multinationals, as well as Bayer and Syngenta, who are pesticide companies. They all funded the liberals. With the Christian Democrats, we saw that there was more money also coming from Republican think tanks from the United States. And so overall, we found it very interesting that so much money for European politics is actually coming from the United States. And we asked, obviously, the authority, which is the name of the institute that has to check if all the information that the European parties give to is correct and if they are not breaking any rules. We obviously ask them, is this okay, that all this foreign money is going to these European parties? And they say, yeah, because we just check if they have an EU VAT, so a European VAT number. And obviously, for instance, Walt Disney, one of the funders, has a European company as well in Belgium and in France. And there were also some mailbox companies, for instance, in the Netherlands. A Russian company had a mailbox in the Netherlands, so there was a Dutch VAT number. That changed later. They made more strict rules, so hopefully by now there will be less American funding, but the authority is a very small organization. They really lack manpower. So we'll see if the rules are properly lived up to, or if there are still many loopholes that they make use of. Yes, sir, back to you.
Yeah, just a little bit more on the authority, because there was a large discussion about, okay, who's going to control these finances. And when we were setting this system up, so back in 2004, the European Parliament was kind of hoping that the European Commission would do it, because otherwise they had to control themselves, and that would lead to a lot of fights. But the Commission at the same time was like, we don't want to really get involved with the Parliament, because otherwise you get angry at us for saying those donations are not allowed or those rules have to be changed. So in the end, the European Parliament had to do it themselves, which is kind of problematic. And it took until 2014 that they came up with what's called the authority. I mean, they really refer to themselves like that when you send them an email, which is kind of Orwellian. But, and they're independent, but they're still dependent on funding from the European Parliament. So if you don't want too much control, you probably don't spend too much money on the authority. So it's still a little bit problematic. They started, like Lisa said, with 3 people, I think. It went up to 9, and the last time I asked them, there are 8 people. So pretty small. They're complaining about that all the time as well. But then again, I got some beef with them as well, but we'll get to that. So, yeah, I recently looked into New Direction. which is the think tank, the foundation of the ECR, the right-wing conservatives. And the reason I looked at all of them, but the reason I focused on them is the basic fact that they get the most donations of all foundations, and the same goes for ECR as a party. It's I don't got the numbers here right now, but it's like 40% of all donations goes to these two. So that makes it a little bit more relevant to look at them. So the access to the donations, the information became a lot better since Elise looked at it, because the authority publishes those lists. First of all donations above 12,000 euro have to be published, well, not immediately, but quite quick. So you can see that, and over time, the lower ones, you get them as well. It takes a little bit more time. And they're not allowed to be above 18,000 euro, because, you don't want too much influence from just a single one. So what happened when I looked at the data for New Direction over the last 5-6 years? There were an insane lot of Czech companies in there. So I took the Czech register, the public register of the companies, which is a lot better than in the Netherlands. And I went through all those different companies, and it turned out that quite a lot of them are founded or run by the same businessman. That's the guy over there, Kamil Babu, which is not really a Czech name. That's because he's the son of a Syrian refugee. And so in one way or the other, a lot of the companies were all related to this man. So a little bit background on him. He started with an art gallery in the 90s in Prague. He even managed to do his paintings, or not the paintings he made, but the ones he owned, were in the office of the president. So he did quite well. Was a little bit of a Wild West culture, even in the art scene in the 90s. So there's a couple of court cases when painters said he stole my painting and that kind of stuff. But okay, he was not convicted. At the end of the 90s, early 2000, he started to do a lot of other different things. So started off with renovations of old buildings in the Czech Republic, but also in the Middle East. He had a waste company, IT, human resources, recycling of waste. So he had this, you see it a little bit there, like this cloud of companies that he all, well, not all owned, because he changes his role all the time. So he is maybe the founder, and then he became the shareholder, and then he became the director, and then it changed again, and you see the same kind of people coming back. So, I kind of understand that the authority here didn't see immediately, oh, those Czech companies might have to, are maybe all related to the same person. They do know, actually, because I did a FOIA request, and it turns out that they are asking questions about these donations. But until today, the authority has never in any case came up with a sanction for any donations in the, what is it, almost 10 years of their existence. Then they don't really like to share that information either, because I got a list of the investigations they were doing, but the documents themselves I didn't get, because it would threaten the investigation, or it would show the way they work, and then the political parties would know how to deal with them. So I'm still fighting that one, because I think if you don't come up with sanctions, because this guy has been doing this for over 6 years, and the main problem is that you had this limit of 18,000 euro. So a natural person is not allowed to donate more than 18,000 euro in each year. And for every single year, Mr. Babu, through all his companies, has been donating a lot more than that. Of course, the big question is, why did this guy do this? And unfortunately, I don't have a clear answer on that. I did have contacted him, but he never replies. I did talk to his lawyer, and then you get obviously the answer like, yeah, he just supports European politics and he agrees with the things that New Directions stand for. I'm not convinced, but we'll see. I mean, this is, we published one story, but it's not going to be the end because I'm getting some tips that there's some more problems with this guy. I found some other interesting cases. You had this Amundsen Travel, which is a travel agency in Estonia, which is run by a German guy who lives in Reykjavik. Anyway, but they don't have any revenue or hardly any revenue, but they do make donations of like 10,000, 12,000, 14,000 euro. Smells fishy. I know, again, that the authority is looking into it, but what's going on there isn't absolutely clear. And another one, and this is one that's happened in the past as well, is assistance to MEPs. So in the most recent case I found is a Polish MEP from the government party, Mr. Jaki, and he had 2 assistants until recently. They were actually married, and they made donations to New Direction and to the ECR party. And I mean, I couldn't prove it yet, but what might be the reason is that they get a higher salary and then they give part of it to the party or the foundation. And I mean, they still have a little bit of a higher salary themselves. And this is a way to get the public funds out of the EU budget to these parties and these foundations. So, I mean, again, like I pointed out in the beginning, they find interesting constructions how to get the donations to the parties, to the foundations, because the more donations you have, the more public funding you will get. But then again, I mean, these are EU parties. I mean, it's the role they actually play in European elections is not that big. It's not like they run the campaigns in every country. They, even though altogether they get 66 million, it's probably not enough to run election campaigns in 27 countries. So that comes down to the national parties in the end. So when Lisa and I were thinking about the elections next year, I think like half a year ago, maybe even more, we thought like, okay, we can do again the research that Lisa did and look into the EU parties. It's a little bit easier now because it's all better archived, better, more public. But it would be more interesting even if we go see what happens all over Europe. But then you start to think about it. Okay, so how many parties are we talking about? So I came down to like a little bit over 200. So those are the parties that are national parties that have either an MEP at the moment or have a good chance to have MEPs in the next European Parliament if you look at the polls. So from basically looking at 10 parties, we all of a sudden had to look at 200 parties, which we started to do. And then you get back to where Lisa was, like everything is different in every country. It's not very well reported, so they basically scan these pages, if they make them public, which are not machine readable. So we're back at square one from 2019, but on a bigger scale. So what do you bump into? You have like, I mean, again, you have the mix of public money, donations, memberships. And those are different in every country. So for instance, here in Belgium, political parties get a lot of public funding. I mean, it's more than they basically can handle, so they buy real estate, stuff like that. They don't really need donations. So if you find, which isn't that easy, but if you find the donations to political parties in Belgium, it turns out to be like 20 euro here, 100 there, maybe a little bit more. So you have countries where the parties just depend on public money. But in a country like Italy, for instance, they changed the rules. And so public money is not spent on political parties anymore. So they have to find like a lot of donations. So what you get, I mean, I couldn't fit it in here, is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages with Italian names and small, big donations And then you have the ones that just don't want to make it public, like France or Luxembourg. They basically say like it's privacy. You are not allowed to have the names. So France is really problematic. That's going to be a hard one to crack. Luxembourg is a little bit different. I went there a couple of weeks back. They allowed me in the parliament to see all the documents. I even photographed them. So I have the data. I know how much donations there are. I know who spent them. I'm just not allowed to publish the names. So we'll have to find a way around that. Portugal's an interesting one. They have the data as well. It's not on a website or anything, but in an archive. So I said, like, okay, can you send it over to me? Because they're fine with publishing the names. But no, they don't want to send it over. The only way I can get it is get to Lisboa, show that I'm a journalist, then I get into the archive, and then I get all the lists and publish them. So, I mean, it's an interesting journey because, I mean, the differences are just insanely huge. Estonia is basically a real-time, every donation up to like, even if it's like a couple of euros, you can just basically see it. And then you have a lot of countries where the limits are really high. So in Austria, no donation under 3,500 euro will be published, or not with a name with it. In the Netherlands, it's 4,500 euros. In Germany, it's 10,000 euros. So every donation, so I mean, you can imagine what happens. Like everybody's going to donate 9,000 euros, 999 euro. So it's a messy picture. It's a lot better in the East than in the West because they basically copied the best practices in the 90s. So there's a lot more transparency there. But even then, I mean, Estonia is like the great one. A lot of them is still like this. I think this is Bulgaria. So what are we going to do, or are doing already, is basically take all the data from all the information we got and put it in, basically in one Excel sheet. And build a database with that, get a really user-friendly interface as well. So you can basically select, okay, I want to know like every party affiliated to the Christian Democrats, how much donations they got. We will also add the public funding to that so you can see the differences. But as you can imagine, that's quite a task. I'm no data journalist, so don't ask me to get a PDF file. Well, I mean, I can type. So, but it's going to take a long while. So we're getting people together to work on that, maybe from academia as well, but mainly we just hired a German data journalist to work on this as well. We did, I think, 7 or 8 countries we already did. We have to update them again, of course, because new information will be available in the next 6 months or so. And I think we get like a really, really interesting database. I know for sure that in academia they're really enthusiastic about this because, I mean, it's never been done to put it all together. I know there's a lot of people who wanted to do that, but when they realized what you have to do, then they basically decided, well, we're not going to do that. So you have a lot of publications on what are the rules in different countries and website where you can all compare that, but not the actual amounts. So that's basically what we're doing, and next steps are going to be, well, get it all together, but then we will also try to work with colleagues in the member states because, I mean, we need a lot more local knowledge because, I mean, maybe I can, well, with the database I can find the top 10 Italian donors and how much it is, but the names are not going to tell me anything. I mean, of course, we're going to do something with that as well. I mean, find the ultimate beneficial owner if it's a company. There's still some countries, and here the EU parties, that allow donations from companies. And we'll also try to do with the names, like, okay, who's behind this? Might this guy basically be a front for a company or anything else? But I think we can do that easily when we have all the data together, and then hopefully maybe work with some of you to see, like, okay, Romania, what's in here actually, and what are the small stories, or smaller stories, which maybe turn out to be big. And then in the run-up to next year's election, because I think that's the time that the European citizens will be most interested in this as well, we can do like basically the broad trends, like, okay, where's the money coming from on the left side, on the right side, what are the changes we see, which countries are basically not very transparent, all those kind of like the bigger trend stories, and we can do like the individual stories like, okay, this is basically a front for this, or this guy has a lot of influence in this Slovakian party, which is actually an interesting case with the recent elections there. They're pretty bad. The Fico, who just is probably becoming the prime minister, and his party, they basically tell us that there's no donations. We never received any money. So, I mean, there's a lot of work to do, but I think it's really interesting to, for the first time, have like a European broad view on this, and a tool that can help us, can help hopefully you, can help academics as well to have a greater insight into political donations financing in Europe. And of course, we'll add the EU parties for fun as well, because, I mean, they're just funny sometimes. The stuff they get and the things they think of. You cannot ignore them. So, unless you have some closing remarks, I will open the floor for any questions you have on anything, and I and Lisa will try to answer them. Yeah, probably good.
It's fine. I actually had a fairly specific question since you mentioned like France.
Yeah.
There's like absolutely no transparency. We both live in France. I'm very familiar with this dynamic. So in that kind of regard, how do you go about like what do you plan to like do about France? Like what's your approach going to be?
Shame them, first of all. I mean, this comes to working together as well again. I mean, we have some partners we worked with in the past, so I actually do have some data, but I mean, it's really partial, because I mean, there's some work has been done and has been leaked. But I mean, in the end, it will be the way that we cannot find everything, unfortunately, probably. I mean, we will keep pushing, but I mean, I told you about the ceilings already. So there's quite a murky part as well. You can probably find like, okay, in a German party gets this much of donations, but because of the 10,000 euro limit, I mean, these are the names we're going to find. So I mean, yeah, that's the way it is. And I mean, I'm already surprised that what we can find, because there's quite a lot. Maybe with a little help, but yeah, Francis, the one that's keeping me up at night.
We will definitely also make a story on indeed all the things we can't find, all the lack of transparency, to try to, of course, influence the debate on getting more transparency on these issues.
Because I mean, when I was talking to the people in Luxembourg, they were like, I mean, you cannot publish those names. I mean, privacy, we're a small country, everybody knows each other. Like, this is gonna be really problematic. Like say, yeah, but they do it completely different in these and these. No, they don't. I mean, you're not allowed to do that. Thank you. So I think even raising the awareness might push them that we have even more data the next European elections, something like that.
Okay, but what do you do with NGOs that don't have the, they don't really have to publish? Where do they get the donations from? Like you have an NGO, you want to see if there is a connection with a political party or a political figure. So the other way around is not the NGO donating to the political party, but a politician donating to an NGO or a public figure. But the NGO doesn't have to publish where they get the donations from. You just have the figure that they received X money, X number of money.
Yeah, so that's why at this stage we're not looking at it. I mean, when it comes down to the foundations, the think tanks, I mean, they have to publish, so we can do that. But that's why we focus mainly on political parties. But you know that better. Maybe you should say something about the NGO part, but I'm not sure if there's that much money going from political parties to NGOs. I mean, you can look at the spending. So I think that would be, we were actually talking about that just this morning, like, okay, we can maybe set up a part for the spending as well, see where the money is going. I mean, I showed you a little graph, but we of course can dive into that a lot deeper. So that might give a little bit of more answers on that part. You have anything to add on the NGO part?
We did do investigation.
We did do an investigation into the NGOs that are active here in Brussels, influencing Brussels politics, and are in the EU Transparency Register. And so at ftm.eu you can find a lot of articles, and we actually also published our database with all the NGOs that are influencing Brussels politics and all the funders. So it was really an investigation into where does the money from the NGOs come from. So if you want to know more about that, there is a whole database there.
Yeah, hi. I'm Belle. I work for the European Correspondent, and we recently launched our first cross-border investigation. And we looked into Europe's richest, so European billionaires in every country. And what we found is that unlike in the US, where you know Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, in Europe, these people are very low profile. Some of them have no pictures online. There's no information to find on them. And it's really hard to even get an idea of where the money in Europe is. Is that something that you find when you look at the individuals that are sponsoring parties, and how do you kind of cope with that?
Sorry.
So, if you're investigating the people who donate to parties, and you have these names, these lists of names, but there's absolutely nothing to find on them, how do you kind of deal with that?
Keep looking. There's always something.
Yeah.
There's always someone who knows something. But that again, I wish I could give you like a list of names we already have, but we're really also at the stage of finding the data and getting it like in a place where we can work with it. So to be honest, we haven't looked too much into specific names at this stage. But then again, that's why the cooperation part comes in, and that's why you're doing it as well. Like, you need people on the ground as well to find these billionaires or anybody who knows anything about it. So I think it's the right approach.
More questions?
I was curious, you said that you noticed a lot of funding coming from outside of Europe, and primarily companies, I guess. But I was wondering, did you identify that there were European individuals involved in it? Sorry. Or was it primarily companies for kind of lobbying purposes?
When we talk about the EU parts, well, it became a lot harder for foreign companies to donate. I wouldn't say impossible, but quite hard. They even changed the rules for parties that are related to like the Christian Democrats in Georgia or whatever. They used to be part of it as well, so it became a lot more difficult to put them in the mix of the donations as well. So I think the rules for the EU parties became a lot stricter when it comes from foreign influencing. Well, but that's part of the reason why we're trying to do this as well, because I mean it's not that hard to use the front man. And I mean, I think we're going to find that kind of stuff when we really get into it. I mean, in most EU countries, it's individuals who donate and not companies. There's not that many countries that still allow companies to donate. Well, except here for the EU parties, because it's basically all companies. But so you have to look like a layer deeper. Like, okay, who's this guy? Who's this woman? Where's the money actually coming from? And I think it's worthwhile to do that, especially in this day and age.
My question goes to know whether there are caps, national caps for the donations. So, for example, like if Spanish individuals or companies have a cap into like the donations to European parties, political parties. So to prevent a political party to have like way many more donations from a specific country.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
So to know whether like if there are national caps for the donations.
So, yeah, there are, and they're different everywhere. And sometimes you have to report every euro and give the name of the donor as well, and sometimes not. I mean, it's a patchwork, and that's. I mean, everybody has his own tradition. I mean, there's explanations for probably most of it as well, and that makes it a little bit messy. I mean, there's. I think it's one of the Scandinavian countries where they have a lot of real estate as well, so they get funding through that way, and that makes it really difficult to reform it, basically European-wide as well, because everybody has his own, like, no, this is the way we do it, and we're not going to change it, like the people in Luxembourg speak, you know, like. So it's like the way the EU is. It's still very different everywhere.
Are there more questions? Azad.
Many countries in the global south, they don't even think about doing a story like this because of the safety and security of the journalists. For example, I am from Bangladesh, and I cannot even ask a political party what are the sources of their fund. It's not possible. You know, I am curious to know whether what kind of challenges you have faced during this fascinating journey, and whether there were any intimidation or threat coming from any political parties or from any corner. If you
not yet, but we'll get there probably. I don't know if you had it with in 2019.
No, we mostly have people just not wanting to respond or clarify. You did have, however, this Christian party in the Netherlands that wasn't really happy with the publication.
Yeah, they were pissed off.
And tried to change the title of a story. But yeah, more things like that. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm taking a bit more time. So you are expecting there will be something coming up, like as threat or intimidation or something like that. But if something is really coming up, what kind of preparation do you have? You know, do you feel any insecurity or something like this?
Feel the need to?
Insecurity.
I think I'm okay at this point. I mean, not me personally, but as an organization, we dealt with that before. I mean, it's probably not going to be the same in the Netherlands as in Bangladesh, but I mean, you get your court cases mainly and that kind of stuff. And that helps that we have a strong organization also on that department, you know, so that's not new for them. So you have people to talk to and people who dealt with that before. So at this stage, but I mean, we'll see what comes up. It can change. I'm pretty good. Wish it would be better in Bangladesh, though.
I would take one additional question.
Lise said before that, you feel like only 5% of what happens in the European bubble has been covered. So I was wondering, in terms of methodology or structure, because there's so much that is left uncovered, how do you go about choosing what stories to pursue? Is it just leads? Is it the quality of the tip that you get? Or, what's your secret, I guess?
I'll give that to Lise. That's the hard part, yeah. You give that a shot.
We try to start with the basics, actually. Indeed, donations, party finances, looking into the biggest influencers, and then indeed sometimes we have to leave a story because we think like, okay, might be something in there, but it takes us a lot of work, and it won't be that big of a story, it won't really change, and we try to choose the kind of topics that we feel are the most urgent, most topical, big corporate influences, and also like the NGOs. There's a lot of disinformation also on NGOs, and one of the reasons we wanted to look into the finances of the NGOs is to say, look, this is what it is. It's not more or less exciting than this, and some things were interesting, but also it's not like all these hidden interests. We also wanted to demystify part of it in that sense. So I think because investigative journalism on European scale is really still starting, we try, looking into donations have been done for years and years in The Hague, for instance, where I used to be a political reporter, and it actually had never been done on this scale here yet. So these are we are doing all the basic things that you if you want to look into power, and how does power work, and who influences power. That are the main questions we start looking into. And what really helps is now that we work with so many journalists from so many member states, so that we can really follow the money and the influences. So again, Tom here, please get in touch with us. We really want to work together more, and just strengthen each other in that sense. Yeah.
In the end, it's just, I wish we had a methodology, like, okay, this is a story we have to work on, but there's just so much, every talk here can bring up a new story, basically, so you have a pile of 20 stories you wish you could work on, and it really helps, like Lisa said, that also within the office, just 2 years ago, it was just Lisa and I with a laptop going to a coffee place and work, and now we have a real office, we have like 5 people here in Brussels and people coming over from Amsterdam. So you have colleagues to talk to, like, okay, I got these 10 stories, which one should we do? And the same works with like the international partners. You have like people saying, you really want to look into that? I don't think that's a story, or it's been written already somewhere in Spain or whatever. So that helps to pick the right stories, I think.
Can I add one thing to that? What basically also helps is that I can see that from the side, because I'm not a journalist myself, but our editors-in-chief, they are both, and the founders of our platform, they're both investigative journalists themselves. And what is really, really important is that they give the time and opportunity to do that deep dive they want to do. And if they, Yes and Lisa, think they have an idea, they give, well, do whatever you need to do, and then they don't expect a story within a week. And I see with a lot of partners, they have multiple bosses that say, hey, we need a story within this week and you can publish, we don't have the resources. But our editors-in-chief, they really give the resources to find the story.
Thank you very much, Lisa and Jesse. Excellent.
It's an honor to be here.
Thank you so much for this masterclass. From what I see, that this is a project with huge dimensions, so I expect you to be on Uncover 24, Uncover 25, Uncover 26 to tell us about the results. Thank you again. We will have a coffee break now. We will meet again in half an hour, 11:45. So enjoy your time, please.
No, we're not going to do candidate stakes. They're not going to get any Ukraine, Turkey. No, we're not going to do that. Although, I mean, they have to be nice, but they're not going to send anybody. Kind of limit the whole thing. Yeah, can imagine he's a little bit more in charge of getting people together, and going ahead in these kind of cases and working with the data team. So we didn't It is indeed. So, I didn't want to put up a question. It's more obvious than it seems. Personal data that we are working with, but as we are a crowdfunded newspaper, we have this issue that we just don't want. I mean, it's quite risky to support any political party, which is not good in our country. It's always the argument that like people will not donate money for public events. So if we want to work and of course it does make sense. I mean, if you publish all the names in Luxembourg, probably those people are not going to donate any money anymore. So I mean, it's a dilemma. We have this issue that there's like 300 euro limit, and above that, we as a crowdfunding page, we have to report it to the tax authority. And so people say, okay, no, forget my support. I'll give you 299. Yeah, but it's like these donations add up. And it's not clear if it's like 300 at a time, or 300 a year, or 300 a day. But that was the whole idea, right? To put that off. Which newspaper is that you are with? It's Telex. I'm actually the senior, so I'm not in journalism for a job. Partnerships. I mean, I have special. So that's the link to the data. Can you related stories? Yeah, I this whole Hungarian story, like the football stadium. It's not something what I found is that everybody said like, okay, but you have to make an annual report on how it's spent. So you're right. a story about the commission.
Exactly.
For more general audience.
Yeah. But we're always interested to know are you are based in Brussels?
I'm based here, but I know also good journalists that back home, so I guess I was just thinking if you need
Back in the days when I was still in radio.
I know more. For example,
She used to be, she's from Vegas, there's a for a long time, also digital.
Yeah,
it sounds a little bit familiar, but I don't know.
We're always looking forward to working together, especially also with data journalism, because as you see, it's always, no, and also especially when if they
yeah, so I went there. And
do affairs.
I mean, I did some stories in there.
Sorry, I was just like wondering.
Yeah.
If you need some, I don't know if you know.
Yes. Like there's a Dutch
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you are there.
police religious. Yeah.
No, not at all. But I was working doing some training jobs, so I have some contacts, but
Yes.
I'm not working for
Not as a journalist anymore.
I mean,
Still, yes, I mean, right now, jobs
so I safety. No, that's technically with my
Don't get around it anymore. Yes.
You sent me things to inspire
Curious.
we have like many Dutch like
Thank you. Hi.
Vorig jaar panel gezeten met de
Ja, als jullie naar Brussel komen, dan kom ik wel opdagen.
Het grootste onderwerp
waarom doen we dit eigenlijk? Inderdaad ook dat gewoon iedereen zegt van ja, goed dat jullie het doen. Ja, we hebben er ook wel eens naar gekeken, maar we dachten dat is gewoon, daar gaan we toch echt niet aan beginnen. Try to put a little bit of pressure on. Ja, dat is ook zo. We werken hier wel een soort van junior datajournalist om te proberen zoveel mogelijk die data erin te poppen. Zo goed mogelijk. Maar het is wel tijd om we have to think about how we hopelijk wel, ja. Dat is ook moeilijk in te schatten.
Maar als ik dan hoor dat Syngenta en Bayer al de financiële listing dan niet, dat is wel bizar. Maar dat is wel goed om dan, ja, als dat helemaal in de wereld is. Maar is dat ook gewoon een soort doorzoekbare taal?
Ja. Nee, ook voor jullie, voor iedereen, ook voor je anderen. Uiteraard hebben we eerst zelf ons maar daarna proberen we het altijd wel.
Ander oog naar kijken, een andere invalshoek, een andere connectie.
Ja, maar ook als je bijvoorbeeld stel je gaat onderzoek doen naar pesticidenlobby in Europa. En je gaat gewoon even kijken, aan wie hebben ze wanneer gedoneerd.
Ja.
Je ziet precies de REACH-revisie is er $1 miljoen bij Renew gestort.
Ja. Nou, ik moet wel zeggen, deze 60 onderdeel daarvan, die zijn daar definitief die donaties, maar ja, het is dan toch ook een voetbalorganisatie waar je al maar één stem in bent.
En de VVD dan?
Ik denk dat die daar wat minder moeite mee
Maar die flow is niet te flow.
Maar in Nederland mag VVD of VVD mag überhaupt niet tot zo'n donatie krijgen van zo'n project.
Ja.
Moet er alleen wel opgeven. Ja.
Het kan allemaal gewoon.
Ja, bizar.
Ja, en ook dus dat wij hebben dus ook die drempel van €4500.
Dat is best wel hoog, ja.
Dat is best wel hoog. En als Ja, dan is daar best wel wat. Ja, dat ik deed laatst ook een verhaal over dat hij weer al die etentjes organiseert.
Ja, want wel issue wel.
Ja, dat soort dingen.
Zit hij ook zo in zo'n lunch een beetje uitgelegd hoe je dat doet.
Ja, ja.
Heb je nou toegevoegd, Mark?
Buying influence, weet je wel, je kan dat wordt vaak heel direct gezien als het geld. Eigenlijk is hier in Brussel gaat heel vaak over het toegang organiseren door dure events. Ik heb een keer verhaal geschreven over de financiële conferentie, 2 keer per jaar, waar eigenlijk alle CEO's, Barclays, alle van die beleggers van banken en zekerheid heen, maar ook alle Europarlementariërs, ministers van Financiën. En om daar alleen maar binnen te komen moet je €50.000 betalen. En als je dan ook nog even de stoel naast die bepaalde minister van Financiën
betaal je extra.
of die moet overleggen, betaal je nog €50.000 bovenop. Het is echt bizarre bedragen.
Ja, voor onderzoek. Dan krijg je vast wel fondsen van. Van studieaanvragen, precies. Bijzonder journalistiek project.
Direct access.
Nou,
Nee, andersom inderdaad.
Ja.
Ja, precies. Alle lobbyisten mogen langskomen.
Ja, precies. Steek je verhaal in, dit is je kans.
Ja, ze kunnen niet meer dan niet een antwoord geven als je dat zit in zo'n
Ja,
So this is best
wij werken nu in Investigative. We schrijven ook best wel veel over Europa en we publiceren eigenlijk de meeste verhalen ook voor de man.
Ja, toch? Ja, ik bedoel, hij is ook defensie.
Ja, dat is de Europese defensiefonds. Ik heb ook bij mailde met Simon van hey, ik moet het dan doen. Ook nog dat ik dacht, ja, ik bedoel eigenlijk heel veel. We gaan wel met van jullie het weten. Je weet jullie ook wat speelt.
Nee, maar zoals Arne, onze hoofdredacteur, die dan iets van ons kent, die laat ons ook wel weten waar jullie dan mee komen en om te checken van, zijn jullie daar niet ook al mee bezig of hebben jullie daar iets dat doen kan helpen? Dus
ja, dat is oké. Ik heb ook ik ben daarna naar de inderdaad dacht, ja, dat is wel precies wat overal. Ja, dat gebeurt zo wel achter.
Ja.
Oké, zo
en we hebben best wel een paar maanden best wel een kantoor in het centrum van Brussel. En dat is ook best wel groot. Dus als je hier in Brussel moet zijn, dan gewoon werken. Ja, kun je gewoon even lekker werken en overleggen.
De raw materials die staan?
Ja.
Raw materials echt.
Ja.
Ja, ook land helemaal best wel werken.
En ik heb misschien nog wel wat tips qua namen voor je en zo.
Oh ja.
Want nogmaals, we hebben niet de pretentie dat wij nu wel alles kunnen volgen, dus we zijn alleen maar
maar daarom denk ik dat het gewoon goed is om gewoon over te praten van wat zijn mijn doelen hierin. Ja. Ik ga niet sowieso niet voor de dubbel werk aan doen. Ja, precies.
Nog miljarden waar niemand naar kijkt.
Ik zou willen dat er veel meer journalisten uit Nederland in Brussel gaan.
Ja, maar dat komt wel langzaam een beetje. Dan meer Europese.
Ja, ik heb zelf wel eens freelance geschreven over architect in Brussel. Maar ja, toen is het al met Investico. Nee, ja, maar er is ook een geschiedenis met schoenen en gaat mij allemaal niet schelen, maar we hebben het ook in de bonus dat wel gaat laten.
Ook niet zoveel, omdat ik het zeker al deze bouwen hier, was in de mensen die bouwen die heel graag voor. Inderdaad, 95% in de wereld.
Op donderdag dan gaan alle mensen van het parlement daar drinken en ja, dus dan moet je ook daar gaan drinken. Of daten. Of daten is ook op zich wel een goede strategie. Ja. What's your secret?
Heel clever, man.
Ja.
Ja,
Echt tegen maat.
voor politici in die countries, is meer een beetje binnen denk ik echt is met die mensen.
Die zijn ook betaald voor Bayern.
Ja, zij komen vrij dure momenten aan de lobbyisten om hen te kopen aan de laatste ontwikkelingen. Zij gebruiken de journalisten bijna zoals lobbyisten om al die heel lang uitgezocht. Ja, gezellig. Ja, we hebben samen gestudeerd. En ik ben ook net, ik ben hier in het buitenland geweest. Ik ben echt helemaal niet buiten Europa. Helemaal niet meer in de wereld geweest. Dus, het was eigenlijk heel makkelijk hier te vinden. Ja, ja, het is echt heel buiten. Ja, zeker. Nee, dit is het. Ik dacht niet, ik wist niet hoe groot het zou zijn hier. Ja, het is heel klein. Ja, nee, wel.
Place last year's.
Ja, ja, precies. Ja. Nee, hij zei, jee, ik wil de investigation betrokken. Ja. Oh ja, ja. Ja, daar wil ik ook. Ik ben ook gewoon benieuwd naar jouw indruk van het werk. Ja, maar ik komt al een beetje. Oh ja, voor mij is het. Maar alle partners, nee, dat zei hij.
Our audience is in Western perspective on things that happen in your country and
ja, nee, maar als je betrokken bent daar zit, dan zou je wel weten, want dat gaat niet goed in nee, maar het was... Ja. Ja. Ja, paspoorten zijn meestal ook meer dan
no, but yeah, I thought it was the old
Ja, eerst in Burundi, toen in Jordanië en toen in Sudan. Nee, nou ja, in het begin in Burundi eventjes, maar toen kwam er een staatsgreep en daarna op de kantoren, editorials en alle media ging eigenlijk op zwart. En toen ben ik terug bij de universiteit zitten gegaan. Ja, dat is daar wel mee. Dus eigenlijk alleen in het begin, dus 2 jaar of zo. En daarna ben ik er. Ja, dus ja. Voor 1 jaar heel veel meer. Voor verschillende, ja. Nee, we willen ook wel veel, en daar kun je mij dan meer, we willen ook meer kijken naar EU-Afrika-relaties. Bijvoorbeeld de EU-Afrika als zeg maar een nieuwe daar, ja, dus dat we daar omheen zien. Ja, daar is veel zon. Ja, daar is veel zon en echt enorme hoeveelheden worden voorzien dat er wordt geïmporteerd van zonne-energie en via dan waterstoffen die via de pijpleidingen en boten weet ik dat niet Europa komen. Dus daar gaat een heleboel geld in de investeringen en de vraag is vooral ook natuurlijk dat er afspraken worden over gemaakt. Ja. Ja, zoals ze er wel zijn. Ja, dus een van de problemen is uiteraard dat de journalisten niet aan kunnen zijn. Nee, we hebben wel een paar goede. Oké, ja, dat zijn wel een paar dingen waar ik denk... het is moeilijk hoor. Het is duidelijk dat ook als je kijkt bij ICT membership, het is 1/3 is Europeaan en dan de rest heel veel Amerikanen. Ja. En dus Amerikaans. En echt klein percentage Azië en Afrika. Maar degenen die daar zijn wel echt goed. Heel veel Zuid-Azië. Ja, want dit is ook echt het grote energievraag waar alle geld in zit. Ja. Ja, daar zullen heel veel van uit. Oh ja, leuk. Ja. Oké, ik moet koffie door. Ja, jij hebt ook slecht geslapen dus? Oh ja. Ja, het zijn wel...
like it's been mangled.
Talk about something.
Okay, we have to proceed anyway now, right?
Okay.
Maybe also on this side.
Remember the question series though, right? Yeah. And the last question would be to Camille.
The first one for me.
What's the working process and how should I ask them both at the same time?
Maybe. Because it's like the process
Or I skip the second question, but you refer to it anyway.
Yeah. Maybe just one more. And then if I forget anything, you can just ask.
Hey, nice to see you. How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Traveling all around.
It's been quite busy. How are things?
Good.
Yeah, so Fischer and Ruth.
Yeah, of course, yes.
And yeah, she's leaving as well. I'm glad I got to kind of see her before she went, because I'm not going to be in Rome, so I think it was the last time I see her.
Yeah.
She's got a tough job coming up.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, probably best boys and girls.
Okay, I will go.
Yeah.
Are we waiting for Jamie?
Anything from that?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't print it anymore.
That's because I have this.
The slides are intense.
Yeah, it's directly coming from my eye and
Please take your seats. Stop smoking and fasten your seatbelt. So, welcome back after this coffee break. I hope it was refreshing. In the seminar room, we talk now about innovative practices in small newsrooms. That's the topic over there in the seminar room. And here in the main hall, we talk about a very, very powerful tool to support and also to protect journalists. It's the Media Freedom Rapid Response. It's an EU program. Our organization, the ECPMF, has the pleasure to coordinate it. The Media Freedom Rapid Response is a multidimensional approach co-funded by the EU and especially designed to protect journalists and to foster media freedom. How can investigative journalists benefit from the Media Freedom Rapid Response? This is the main overarching question. I will hand it over now to Gökhan Öztürk, our coordinator of the Media Freedom Rapid Response. Gökhan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lutz. And today actually these last 2 days we have been at the Uncovered conference focusing on cross-border projects. And MFRR actually also transcends beyond borders. And what do we do at MFRR? We will go into detail, but in very short, we do monitoring, we do support, and we engage in advocacy efforts. Additionally, we have a brilliant communications and dissemination team that has also been part of this conference. And MFRR consists of 6 partner organizations led by ECPMF, as Lutz explained, and we are joined by Article 19 Europe, European Federation of Journalists, Free Press Unlimited, International Press Institute, and Observatorio Balcani Caucaso Transeuropa. And today on our panel, we have Jamie from IPI. Jamie is an advocacy officer since 2020 and has been focusing on Europe as part of the press freedom team, and he has been researching, monitoring and covering press and media freedom violations, assisting with advocacy and campaigns, and helping coordinate media freedom missions. Then on my left there is Emma from FPU, a safety specialist working on issues related to the online harassment of women journalists, legal intimidation of media workers, and the importance of media in exile. And then there is Fultura. Fultura leads the legal support program and advocates with international organizations to improve legislation to defend freedom of expression at ECPMF. And finally, we have Camille from EFJ, communications officer based in Brussels, and she's also contributing to monitoring advocacy and communications trends under MFRR at EFJ. Additionally, we will have one intervention during our panel, journalist in residence participant Armağan Kabaklı from Turkey. He's a local journalist from Adana. In the last few years, he also started contributing to nationally operating Gazete Duvar in Turkey. And in recent months, he has actually been living in Germany, in Leipzig, as a result of the devastating earthquakes. And he will explain in further detail his story. I would like to first start with the monitoring process and then ask Jamie how monitoring process works and which countries fall under the MFRR monitoring strand. And Jamie, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Gökhan. Good morning, everyone. So yeah, we've got, in the project, it's really 3 pillars: the monitoring, the advocacy, and the support. And they're all linked together. And really see kind of the monitoring is the foundation of everything we do. And I kind of like to think of it as a pipeline where we first get the alerts and then they come through the system, and if they meet the threshold, if they're serious enough, we'll pass it on to the advocacy team. At the same time and simultaneously, it can go to our support team, whether it's a journalist in need of relocation or practical support about safety issues or legal support. That would immediately go to Futura. If a journalist has been sued or is facing slaps or is in need of legal advice. So she's going to talk about that a little bit more, but before we get to that stage, we really need to kind of identify where the press freedom violations are coming from and then document them in our database. So I think it's fair to say that it's probably the most comprehensive attempt so far within the EU and candidate countries to monitor all press freedom violations from all 27 EU member states and candidate countries as well. So that's the whole of the Balkans and Turkey included. So it's kind of divided between mostly IPI and our colleagues and friends at EFJ. The kind of division would be the IPI covers southern and eastern Europe, including Turkey, with some of the now the Balkans is EFJ, but central and eastern Europe IPI. Just as we're based in Vienna, geographically it kind of makes the most sense for us to be doing there. And then EFJ covers the north and the west of Europe, including the Baltics. So that's how we kind of divide. We have colleagues who are doing daily media monitoring in a number of different languages. And we're using kind of contacts within the regions. There's the old school, our colleagues, people we've in our networks who are providing information to us. There's also kind of desk-based research. We do monitoring in lots of different languages of different newspapers. And then there's also a more innovative approach, which was we worked with a team to build an algorithm which would scrape the whole of Twitter in particular to identify cases that were press freedom violations and then to kind of put them into a system where we could then train the algorithm, whether it was giving us accurate data or inaccurate. So we kind of use that as well. So it was an old school approach with some kind of modern techniques as well. And then when we've got that information, we kind of need to verify it then. So that would be relying on contacts in the regions. As soon as we saw a case that we wanted to document, we would need at least 2 sources. So that could be news sources, or for EFJ, their affiliates in all of the different countries around Europe. For IPI, it could be our network of members around Europe as well. So we'd go to them to make sure that everything was accurate and verified. So when we've got the data and then verified it, then we would use our Mapping Media Freedom platform, which I was kind of just going to talk about it, but it's maybe easier to just show it quickly so you can get an idea of what it is. So this is the platform. So we've got all of the different... I'm not seeing it. No? Okay. No worries. I can see it on the map. What you should be seeing is a huge map of Europe with all the different countries and a load of numbers in each of the countries. And then there's really cool filtering tools which we've built in. So when we're documenting cases, we would put all of the different kind of data points in there. So you can go into the platform, and if you wanted to find legal cases of defamation within Malta, you could use the filtering system to go in and check that. If you wanted to see how many physical attacks on journalists there have been in Turkey in the last 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, you can really easily use those filters. So please go and have a play around on the system. We put a lot of work into making sure that it's as comprehensive as possible. And the idea then is to be able to look at trends. So I was going to kind of pick out some cases. An example of ones we put in recently, there was a case in Slovakia recently where just before the election, an audio clip was shared online. There was a deep fake of a journalist having a conversation with a leading politician who was potentially going to be the prime minister. Completely fake conversation. And it was a deep fake, not video, but audio. And because it was published online and shared 2 days before the election, media couldn't report on it because you have the rules around not reporting on elections. So it was debunked by anti-disinformation platforms, but it just really spread through social media and kind of discredited both the journalist and the politician. So that was one of the cases I was going to pick out. Of course, we do all kinds of monitoring, from legal, physical attacks, death threats, intimidation, surveillance, blocked access to information, every single type of violation or obstruction on the free flow of information and journalistic work. We're trying to document it. So I was going to pick up one from Hungary as well. But then naturally, just because of the closeness of our project and the IJ4U, and it's been amazing to hear about all of the different projects and investigations. I'm in awe of some of them. But naturally, while those journalists have been doing their work, they've run into challenges from threats or obstructions or no access to FOI data, things like this, and in some cases, lawsuits. So yeah, it's been a pleasure for me to be able to work and communicate with some of the journalists in the projects of IJ4U. 2 examples would be one where there was a team investigating illegal logging and deforestation in Romania, and the journalist was called into the ministry and just verbally abused and intimidated for 1 hour with really misogynistic comments. And so that was a good example of, okay, there's a case. It was reported to us through our system. We immediately got the alert, verified, spoke to the journalist, and then we put it into the pipeline. So we did an advocacy statement, which, then the Romanian ministry launched an internal investigation to see this member of staff who was verbally abusing the journalist, and potential support options would have been there as well. Another really interesting one was Inside Story, a really amazing media outlet from Greece. They'd been making revelation after revelation about surveillance and the use of spyware against both journalists and politicians in Greece in the last kind of year, or even further back, 1.5 years. And they came under a lot of pressure from lawsuits, slap cases, which we've been able to provide support, and then other kinds of surveillance on themselves as well. They were being followed, some of their team. So that was another example of, we get the case, we put it on the platform, but that's the very beginning, and then we spread out and it goes to do advocacy work. So that's an example of how the system works, that it all fits together. So maybe that's a good place to kind of pass on.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. And at this point, actually, I want to ask also Camille how monitoring work triggers an advocacy statement. Can you please explain briefly how this process works?
How we start from alerts to advocacy.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, as just following up on Jamie, so the alert is really like the start, basically the front door of a sort of a spider that spread out under the MFR. So we, there are sometimes so severe cases or so some cases that are coming over and over, some very frequent type like situations. For example, in Germany, I'm thinking of the different protests happening in the countries. I mean, I think this is mainly since the COVID-19 pandemic. But we've seen really regular cases of journalists being attacked in Germany as part of protests. So that's one example of trends that Jamie just mentioned that we actually were able to observe, to identify after months of monitoring. And then when we realize that this is a very frequent situation, then we start advocating for like denouncing, condemning this attack, and also trying to reach out to authorities to say, look, this is what's happening in your country. How is the police reacting to those cases? Sometimes actually we realize that the police was the source of the problems. Some journalists were mistreated or arrested, detained on the spot by the police for press card checks or this kind of situation. This is not only the case in Germany, of course, but this is the example I have in mind now. And then, we start a whole advocacy actions. So it can be very concretely writing press releases, statements, tweeting also about individual cases, because what's also what's helpful also with the alert is that then we have a text that we can share, on social media, that we can actually spread on the internet, and then it's also a way for us to advocate and to show solidarity with the journalists or condemn the action of the police, for example, on a very specific case. Of course, we can write press releases, statements. We can also request meetings with the authorities, and we always actually use as a source or as a tool the alerts that we write and the data that we get, because this is also what's important with this monitoring exercise, is that it allows us to really get trends, to document data, and to make cases visible, and I think this is what's really useful. We're also feeding the European Commission also with this data. This is also a sort of advocacy that we do also. So it's not only national advocacy, but also EU level advocacy. I can maybe mention also later some more EU topics. And then I can also maybe mention the missions we do. So we also go as a delegation, basically, on mission in different countries. So we have different types of missions. Some are more like fast response mission, when something very severe, very problematic is happening in a country. We quickly get together and plan a mission in the country. We meet with the relevant stakeholders, with journalists, with journalist associations, with authorities, with lawyers, civil society organizations. We really meet the relevant stakeholders. Usually we cover several topics. We can't cover the whole situation of media freedom in a country, but we really identify the main concerns. And then we do advocacy, basically. We say, look, this is the alerts we have, this is the problems we encountered, this is what the bad situation journalists are in your country, and this is our expertise, because we have a quite strong media freedom expertise, of course, and this is our recommendation, and this is what we would like you to do, and we start a dialogue basically with the authorities. We also have more. We also go on mission that we plan more ahead in advance, which are not like fast response mission, but we go basically to countries where we know journalists are in difficulties. So yeah, this is in a nutshell the advocacy responses.
Thank you, Camille. So among the alerts reported on mapping media freedom, occasionally there is proactive approach to the journalists who have been subjected to these violations. And our teams in the MFRR are actually reaching out to these journalists. Emma, so what kind of cases can be considered as part of the practical support in MFRR? Can you explain, please?
Thank you, Gorka. Is my microphone okay?
Maybe you give this one?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. So I think that around the world, unfortunately, we see increasing levels of intimidation and threats against journalists. So the safety of journalists around the world is really decreasing. And we see that in Europe as well, which I think it's so important that we have this program that is specifically focused on the safety of European journalists and press freedom in Europe. So the kind of cases that we support through the Media Freedom Rapid Response is that we provide emergency assistance to journalists in the European Union member states and candidate countries. And I just want to specifically mention in these countries, because that means that we can also support journalists in exile from countries that are not, that don't have a European Union nationality. And we support them when they are at risk from their work. And the main reason that we do that is that we want to enable them to safely continue their work as a journalist. It's also important to mention that we have quite a broad interpretation of what is a journalist. Under a journalist, we consider all kinds of media workers. That means we also support fixers, for example. We support photographers, we support bloggers, so we can support throughout the scope of what is a media worker. And some of the support that we provide, it's quite broad. It can cover basically anything that has to do with your work and the risk that you face because of it. So I just wanted to mention some examples. We can, for example, assist a journalist when they've been physically attacked. So when they need medical support, for example, and need financial assistance to be able to pay for that. We can also support when journalists are so severely threatened that they have to temporarily relocate, either within their country or to a different country. And I wanted to mention an example of a recent case that we supported from a journalist in Albania who was uncovering the truth at a local level. She was then severely threatened by the mayor of that district. He also doxed her online, so making all of her information public, resulting also in physical threats. So she had to relocate together with her family to a different country in order to be safe. And this is one of the things that we support. We also assist when journalists are no longer able to work for a few months, for example, because of the threats that they face. That means that we support both the journalists, but can also support their family members. And we see that a lot in the case of Turkey, for example, where many journalists are being imprisoned for longer periods of time, and often they are the main breadwinners of their family. That means that we can also give short-term support to the family of those journalists. Also, I think in some countries we see that equipment is being destroyed on purpose, either, for example, by the police, by protesters, by other people, to make sure that journalists can no longer continue their work. And in these cases, we can also support work equipment. Then I also wanted to pay some specific attention to psychological support, which we believe is very important also. It's something that it's increasing, the type of psychosocial support that we provide, but we see there's still a hesitancy of journalists to come forward and request this type of support. But this is one of the aspects that we can really help on. We can both connect to therapists that are specialized in working with journalists and know about the threats that they face, and also can pay for the therapy sessions. So one of the examples that I wanted to mention is a journalist from Belgium who was facing such severe online harassment that she couldn't continue working, and she really needed psychosocial support to be able to deal with the threats that she faced. And finally, I also just wanted to mention that we can support preventative measures. We see, of course, with the increasing protests in Europe, but also conflicts erupting all around the world, that journalists but also digital threats actually, journalists need to be safe and able to do their work. So it means that we don't just support when an incident already happened, but we can also support in advance to make sure journalists can continue to work safely. That means, for example, with press vests, with gear, so that's helmets, for example, personal protective equipment, but also VPNs, for example, or other digital measures to be able that journalists can continue to work safely.
Let's try, and it works. Thank you, Emma. And of course, practical support is not the only type of support that is available under MFRR. Legal harassment is one of the primary threats against journalists and media workers in Europe as well. And in this case, Fultura, what is the scope of legal support under MFRR? Can you please explain to us?
I started to work for ECPMF 9 years ago, in the very first day when it was established. For a year, we did preparatory work to establish the legal support program. It was already available in Europe. Media Defense was offering legal support, FPU also, I think, to a limited extent. And we wanted to make sure that the additional program that was being created will help these cases of journalists. In the first year of the program, I had a budget of 10,000 euros. I was very stressed because I was like, this is a lot of money. I have 1 year time to spend it. How am I going to spend? How do I find the cases, etc. Social media helped a lot because we were chasing cases. And at that time, ECPMF was not a known organization. I didn't know a lot of people at international level. So we started to chase cases. We saw information, sometimes a line, an article about the journalists facing legal threats. So we were approaching to them and asking whether they need money. In the beginning, we had some cases from Southeast Europe, and they asked for 500 or 1,000 euros, which was okay. And then we had cases from UK, and they asked for 1 million euros for lawyers' fees. This was something that we couldn't help. Now, so it's 9 years that I've been with ECPMF, 8 years of legal support program. And with the MFRR together, we've invested, I think it's an investment, around 500,000 euros in lawyers' fees, supporting 100 cases. But within these 100 cases that we've supported, it's more than 200 beneficiaries, because sometimes you have, in one case, 2 or 3 journalists, editors, etc. The procedure is, we tend to think it's easy, and I'll talk very briefly about several phases. One is the application phase. We either reach out to cases as soon as, for example, personally I see a case, I would go and reach out to him or to her. But now with MFRR, we work through Slack. Some of you might be aware with that platform. So when we map cases on mapping media freedom, then we alert each other that this is a case also for legal support, etc. And we reach out to them, either directly through Camille or Jamie. And the consortium, the way we work, it is really very, very helpful. It is helpful because the likeliness that there is a legal action against a journalist in Europe, a case that is public, the likeliness that we don't know is very, very low. Usually we get to know about these cases. This is especially thanks to the big network of IPI and EFJ. So then we ask them to apply. We have developed a template, which, and I know Percival is here, we asked him to fill it in. We asked journalists to fill in this template. This is a template that we're also using with the whole case coalition against SLAPS in Europe. The information that we request is about the nature of the lawsuit, why were you sued, which paragraphs were defamatory according to plaintiffs, and what is your defense. And this allows us to understand whether it's a case that deserves to be supported or not. Until now, from the cases that I personally assessed, 99% of the cases were cases that deserved protection. That is because journalists who lie, journalists who defame, journalists who are misusing their power, they don't come to us for support, because that means also exposing them. That means also us assessing what they have written and why they were sued. So we don't get these cases. As soon as we get this template with the information, if it comes from a journalist, a media outlet that we know, that's fine. We don't do a lot of vetting. If it is from a journalist or a media outlet that we don't know much, they're small, etc., then we have a very strong verification system. So all the partners involved, we all engage in verifying the information that we're provided. First and foremost, it's very important for us, the reputation of the journalist and the media outlet. And then we check the facts of the case, we decide whether to support or not. Then we also pay a lot of attention to the amount of money that is being requested. And this is particularly recently, because unfortunately there are lawyers in some countries which are misusing, which are trying to misuse these funds. But I think they are absolutely not aware that we know about these lawyers and we know about these cases. That is because, first and foremost, the coalition is very strong. I mean, EFJ and IPI, they have so many journalists and media outlet and association that they know. So we need sometimes maybe 3-4 hours to understand the details of a certain case. The other thing is that there are now more networks. It's Linjar, a recent coalition formed by Media Defense, CPJ, Thomson Reuters. It's a lot of organization there, so we vet our cases through that network. And we also vet these cases in a way that we undertake some secret investigative missions. Personally, I went to at least 2 countries and spoke to a lot of journalists because I wanted to understand the profile of lawyers. This is especially because at some point I started to receive absolutely amazing applications. I was like, yeah, we need to support this case. Very well written, very explained like in details, etc. And then after a few weeks, I received the same one. It was just the name of the journalist changing and a little bit the facts. So I realized that some lawyers are just trying to make a business out of it. Now we have identified these lawyers. They're blacklisted. Don't ask me to name them because I don't want to be sued. But privately, I will tell you. So now we know with whom to work and with whom not to work. The next stage is to decide the amount of money. So in some countries, Southeast Europe, 1,000 euros, 2,000 euros, 3,000 euros is very helpful for the entire case. In some countries, just one instance it costs up to 30,000 euros. So there we give a little bit more money. The biggest amount we gave to Gazeta Juborska, 20,000 euros, because of the big amount of cases that they're facing. And then we disburse the money, but something very strange is happening to us recently. Journalists apply for money and they get the money, but then they just don't send transfer details, bank details. So we have to spend a lot of time to chase journalists to send bank details. I think this is really connected with the profession. They're very busy and they have to chase stories, etc. So they forget sometimes about this. But we're here to help. And another thing that I want to mention is IJ4EU. We've added this component with IPI. We have a dedicated budget to help journalists benefiting from IJ4EU. And this budget can be used either for pre-publication, and it helps to engage lawyers. I'm not lobbying for them, but when you have complex investigative stories, and most of them are complex, you can hire a lawyer before you publish the story and check with him or her to make sure that everything is fine. And then even if you get sued, that helps when you have all this legal analysis in advance. And we do have money with the IPI project to provide that. But also if you're sued, again, this is possible. The nature of, and very quickly on this, and I conclude, the nature of the cases that we have, so most of the cases are defamation cases, but now businessmen and also other powerful people are being very creative. Recently we see cases when competition law is being used to go against journalists. Somehow an article, I don't even know how they argue this, but I know that they invoke competition laws. So it's copyright sometimes. A very known media outlet had a big legal problem because they linked a YouTube video, just the link on their own article. And these are the cases that we support, of course, including arrest of journalists. What we don't support is cases of journalists when they want to sue someone. For example, a lot of female journalists are threatened online and intimidated online. And some of them approach us because they want to start legal actions. And in some countries, because of fragile rule of law, you need to hire a lawyer to chase a prosecutor. For us, it's very difficult to defend, to provide support, because we want to save money for cases when journalists are facing legal actions and they have no solution but to have lawyers. There are exceptions to this rule, but primarily it's for these cases. And exiled journalists is also something that we're trying to help. We still don't have the financial means, but we know that in the future there will be a lot of need to support exiled journalists in their asylum processes, but it's something that we're still discussing. Thanks.
Thank you, Fultura, but you are still going to explain a little bit more. Yes, I am going to ask you regarding the Journalists in Residence program. Under MFRR, we have 2 residencies at the moment that have been running in Leipzig in Germany and Milan in Italy. But additionally, there is a JR program also initiated in Kosovo. Can you please also refer to that a bit?
Yes. So first, I met recently a journalist. I met last year a journalist who was very stressed. He didn't look in a good shape, and in an event, he collapsed. And I saw that, and I freaked out. I approached. I told them that MFRR has this program. You can come to Leipzig for a few months with your family. His question was whether he can bring the dog. He couldn't in the end, Germany. But he came to Leipzig and stayed there for 4 months, and I met him recently. And really, it's a big change. It's a big change to have the possibility to escape your country because you're under pressure, because the entire government is going after you, because some corporations are going after you, or because you're being trolled online. That also has a big impact. Journalists in Residence program is a program that allows journalists to come to Leipzig or Kosovo, and I'll speak a little bit about Kosovo, to stay up to 6 months. The journalist gets 1,000 euros per month, an apartment, a free rent apartment, and they can work in the premises of ECPMF and also become part of our events, etc. And they can continue their work, be that for their own organization or if they want to do some other work. This is available, this is possible. If you have journalists who are in difficult situations, please spread the word. Now, I really like Journalists in Residence because I see the difference in the impact it has in the people. And when the war in Ukraine started, I got a phone call in the middle of the night from a member of parliament in Kosovo. Now, Kosovo is a very small country, 1.7 million inhabitants. I'm from Kosovo, by the way. That's why I'm talking about Kosovo. So it's very common to know the prime minister, the president, to have coffee with them. You don't have to be someone. It's really very common in a small country. So I got a phone call from a member of parliament who said, is there anything we can do with journalists? Because she knew I was working for ECPMF. And I was like, if you have money, we can bring journalists from Ukraine here, those who feel unsafe, etc. And then half an hour later, she said the prime minister agreed and the president agreed. So you have the money. When do we start implementation? And I absolutely freaked out. But then the program started in the end. It's funded fully by the government of Kosovo. It's implemented by ECPMF, EFJ, and Kosovo Association of Journalists. It's the first time for the Kosovo Association of Journalists to collaborate with the government. And in order to save their independence, the way it works is the money coming from the government goes for monthly income for Ukrainian journalists and also their apartments. And the rest of expenses, which is the team of AJK, is paid by Hannah Arendt, is financed by Hannah Arendt Initiative through ECPMF. We now have 12 Ukrainian journalists, some of them with their kids. And I can talk long about them, but they're treated as VIPs. You go with them to have coffee, people stop, take selfie, they don't pay in any restaurant. And I think this comes because we experience war. I'm a former refugee. A lot of people that I know got killed during the war, and when the war in Ukraine started, a lot of people in Kosovo felt, and it brought back memories. So now they're treated really with a lot of respect and with a lot of support.
So in addition to the 12 journalists that are residing in Kosovo at the moment, since the beginning of the MFRR, there have been 26 journalists in residence from 9 different countries, and 6 family members also accompanied them during their stay. And during this time, of course, coming from 9 different countries, I would like to underline that when addressing the JR program, you should definitely not think of any kind of borders in Europe. Primarily, we receive applications from Turkey and Ukraine, but these are not the only countries that are eligible for these programs, and it is always important to emphasize that, especially in the Western European countries, the application processes rarely receive a green light from the journalist side, that they do not want to participate in these programs because they believe there are journalists in more need, but it is for all journalists in the EU member states and candidate countries. But I would also like to invite Arman right now to explain to us his experience of being a JR in Leipzig. Arman, please, can you join us here?
Hi everybody, good morning. I'm really glad to be here among you to experience this great and amazing event, and thanks a lot to ECPMF to giving an opportunity us to be here. I'm coming from Turkey, and also I'm coming from one of the city of the earthquake region. I'm living in Leipzig, so I'm one of the fellow of the ECPMF. This story brought us here actually started 20 days before the earthquake. So we were working, we had home, and also we had everything what we need. So 6th of February, all of our life changed. We didn't expect it to awake an earthquake warning. So it's hard to explain for me, and sorry about my language. I'm new, I'm learning. I'm still learning. So we have kind of media freedom problems in my country. You know, the government introduced a new law named disinformation law, and they claim this law will stop disinformation on social media and other fields. But we know that was to silence the journalism, especially independent journalism. So I was working on some Polish stories in my country. Especially, I was working on plastic pollution, and also I guess you know about it. My city, Adana, is one of the waste of Europe because of the plastic importation and exportation. You can find dropped plastics all over my city. So sometimes you are separating your plastics and you are going to Rewe and Kaufland. You are dropping your plastic bottles to the machine and you are taking your money, and you feel yourself better because of doing something for the environment. So I was taking the photographs of the bottles that you throw to the machine. So I was covering the stories about this pollution. So I was the goal of the organized industry. So one day I have been taken to the court because of an environmental report that I made. It was about chemical pollution in one of the biggest rivers in my country. It named Ceyhan River. So I have taken to the court due to this report, and also this case conducted under the Disinformation Law. This law allows the judgment. They can arrest me and they can get me jailed without ask any question, without any court, for 3 years, without asking any question. So this Disinformation Law is for silence the independent media and also silence the local journalists. And then we had to close our office, and we started to work as home office. One day, on the 6th of February, we woke up a new life. So we were lucky to be alive. That was the chance for us. We felt lucky just being alive. And then I started to work with my friend who works for La Repubblica from Italia. We were visiting the earthquake region and talking with the families who lost their relatives and still searching someone alive under the bubbles. We were covering the stories, and then I was turning back to my city from Hatay, and we were searching somewhere to sleep safely, because we had home, but we can't sleep in it. We were afraid of the walls. We were every day we were searching somewhere to sleep safely without roof. So it was really the worst time of my life. And then we met SPMF on that time. They touched our life with a magic stick. All you want was to find somewhere to sleep safely. We were jobless, we were homeless, and we were afraid of. I was taking the photographs of dead and frozen child bodies while the search and rescue operations, during the operations. So after 1 week, I was near to get crazy. I lost my mind, because in one hand, I was trying to work, trying to cover news about the situation. In the other hand, I had to take care of my family. So it was really difficult situation for me. And then one of my friends offered me to apply for the ECPMF's residence program. So we applied. And also actually we met with Gürkan a few years ago. We were working on a local media coordination organization, and also I am a board member of Journalist Union of Turkey, Journalist Union of Turkey. So we were homeless, we were jobless. I was under the risk, I was under the threat. So all the things we can think about to find somewhere to sleep. We were not thinking about job, we were not thinking about something else. That was all about the sleep safety. So we applied the program, and then until now, whenever we tried to reach them, they were here, they were there to help us. It was a very nice experience for me, but because under that conditions, you can't find somebody to help you, because everybody needs help in earthquake area. More than 50,000 people lost their lives, and in the earthquake region, there was no local journalist anymore. Some of them moved, some of them lost their lives. And we were thinking about change location for just safety and recover from this bad situation. So special thanks to ECPMF to giving this opportunity to us, and it's really amazing and priceless to experiencing this 2 amazing day with you. I'm a little bit excited. Actually, I can talk, I can give a speech better than this, but I'm really very excited. Sorry about it. And actually, I have taken some notes, but I didn't even check it up. So, so if you have any questions, I can answer, because I forgot everything.
Thank you so much, Arman. We can have you in your seat. I think we are going a bit over time, so we will need to close the panel. Yeah. But before that, I would like to mention, yes, we did help extensively to local journalists and international journalists that were operating in Turkey in the aftermath of the earthquakes, but also in the last 2 years, we have extended our support to journalists that were working in Ukraine or that were impacted from the war in Ukraine. Over the last 3 years under MFRR, we have published more than 2,700 alerts. This does not mean that only this many journalists or media workers have been impacted. It is, in fact, more than 4,800. Majority of these cases are verbal attacks with 37.1%, followed by legal threats 27.6%, and physical assault with 23.5%. Then, among the sources of these attacks are primarily individual attackers, and then they are followed by police or security personnel and government officials. In the last 3 years also, under practical support, more than 175 journalists have been supported through MFRR, and with a total budget of 300,000 euros. Significant number of cases have been seen in Turkey, Ukraine, and also journalists in exile in Europe from Russia, Belarus, and Syria. There have been slightly more women journalists that have been benefiting from the MFRR support strands, and also under legal support there have been, as Fultura explained, 100 cases that have been evaluated and accepted and supported with 200 beneficiaries, and with a budget over €500,000. I had already explained the numbers regarding the Journalist in Residence program, but additional to all the work that has been done under support, there have been published hundreds of advocacy statements, dozens of open letters, and we have been holding media freedom missions in the countries in our scope. I would like to ask very quickly if you have any questions, please direct them, but otherwise we have already gone a bit over time. Lutz, how are we doing with time?
Questions, 5 minutes for questions. So if you have some, I will take the microphone.
Okay, thank you. I'm Elena Saritaz. I'm originally from Russia, but I work for Swiss Info, and I was until last today I was working for Radio Echo Moscow, which was banned with the beginning of full Russian invasion in Ukraine. So my question is that I have a lot of colleagues from Radio Echo Moscow who are now exiled and still trying to work as a journalist. And you told Futura that you will have somehow help to journalists in exile. But now there is a lot of Russian journalists who have cases in Russia because of it's called disinformation and all this stuff. I have my friend Vladimir Karomurza who is facing now 25 years in prison. So how actually could you help, or just sometimes even advise, or just a roadmap for those journalists can be helpful? Will you be able to somehow advise and...
Yeah. So the support within MFRR is for European member states, European Union member states and candidate countries. But for Russia, first and foremost, it has become very difficult now to defend those very few independent journalists there because of the situation. What we do if we have a request, we would collaborate with Galina Aropova, which is our board member and also a Russian media lawyer. She still is able to provide some support, very limited, but she's still able to do that. So this is how we would direct the cases. We are not able to provide direct support to Russia. Very limited.
Even if a journalist in Europe?
If a journalist is in Europe, then there are several exile media projects, including one within ECPMF, that we provide various types of support. It really depends from specific cases. It depends where they are based, what type of needs there are. But the support for exiled media is increasing, and there are models to provide some support to them. Yes.
Maybe just to add that from the MFR, we can also support journalists in exile through practical support. So as I mentioned, for example, temporary living support. But it is good to mention that that is for the short term, immediate situation when you go into exile. Because unfortunately, funds are limited. So it's really when you come into exile and you need assistance to get started again as a journalist, we can provide 3 to 6 months of support. And we also closely work with the Journalists in Distress Network, which is a network of 25 organizations globally working to provide support to journalists at risk. And we often coordinate within this network in case our support cannot cover the full amount or it falls outside of our mandate, we can refer to other organizations.
I have one too. I'm working for a magazine all dedicated to exiled journalists. Actually, I would like to present you one. Here, please. And I heard that you are supporting exiled journalists financially and with houses and so. But as far as I know, all asylum seekers are already provided for homes and, camps. Do you have any other services for exiled journalists to reintegrate and do their job in their further lives?
I think you're probably referring to the Journalist in Residence program, right? Yes, which is...
It's also, so I don't have a concrete answer to your question because it really depends. So first and foremost, supporting journalists in exile, it's a new I wouldn't say project, but it's a program. So we're still, and I'm talking now as ECPMF, not MFRR, we're still figuring out how to help exiled journalists. If they are based in Germany, we have quite a lot of support that we can provide. If they are outside of Germany, it's more difficult. So currently the way we assess these cases is really on case-by-case basis. It depends from the circumstances. Sometimes it's the support that we give directly, sometimes to our partner organizations. We would go to FPU or to other organizations. So it really depends from the cases. But I can conclude by saying that support for exiled journalists exists. It's limited, but hopefully more is coming.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another question?
Yeah, if we have no more questions, just one last word would be that I think it's all very good for us to kind of, to talk about our work, but it exists to support free and independent journalism across Europe and to support journalists in their work. So if there are cases which you think maybe we're not seeing on monitoring, report it to us. I'm getting there. Whenever I'm on a panel, Flatura will always end by saying, report cases to us, report cases. So I'm going to steal it from her today. If there are laws which need to be changed, campaigns which need to be done for advocacy in your countries, contact us. Contact IPI, ECPMF, FPU, EFJ. The MFRR is there to support. And of course, if you know journalists, colleagues, people you work with, they can be freelancers, journalists, editors, stringers, I imagine. There are these support options available, so contact us if they need psychological support, if they've been through a traumatic arrest. We have the funds, we're ready to use them. So please think of us, and it's here to have your back and to support. So yeah, please spread the message.
Thank you very much, Jamie, for these last words. We are absolutely proud of the work that we are doing with the MFRR. And again, if you see something that should be done, then tell us. We meet again at 12:15. We will have the last panel then. The title of the last panel starts with the question, what could possibly go wrong? And if something starts with that question, you can imagine that there is a follow-up, that a lot of things can go wrong. For instance, what already went wrong is that the seminar in the seminar room unfortunately cannot take place. It was about satellite journalism. Markus Pfeil cannot be with us, so we had to cancel the next workshop in the seminar room. But we continue here in the big hall at 12:15. See you then. Thank you. How it is. You know what? Really, people with a strong impression of the MFRR. What do you think? Well, it was a strong. Good.
can sit in any order, it doesn't matter, so we will talk about it.
Do you already want to sit?
Well,
You don't want
I
us to
just
say?
say a few words and then you start.
I mean, we can come on as you like. Would you prefer us to come on?
I would invite you to.
Okay, fine.
Otherwise it looks
Okay.
Okay, please take your seats. I see Gürkan guiding the rest of the visitors from the terrace. So I already announced that the last panel, it's already the last panel of the Uncovered conference. So such a lot of work is done already, and now we come to the last panel. And the last panel is entitled, titled, What Could Possibly Go Wrong? What could possibly go wrong when working across borders? I assume the answer is not nothing, but there will be something. And this is discussed by Timothy Large, who is the Director of Independent Media Programs at IPI. He will moderate the session, and I will invite him and his speakers now to the stage. Tim, the floor is yours.
Is this working? Yes. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, Lutz, and welcome everybody to the final session of the day. It's a shame that the other session was unfortunately cancelled, but that loss is our gain. We have more people in this room, so it's a pleasure to see you all. As you can see, the title is What Could Possibly Go Wrong, but the key point here is cross-border teams. Many things can, of course, go wrong in a cross-border collaborative investigation, but today we're going to focus on the team elements of that. And sometimes this is not discussed as much as some of the other elements. Do you know that proposal, what do you call it, idiom, that aphorism, for want of a nail? Does this ring a bell? It means because there was no nail. I think it was Benjamin Franklin who made it famous with a little poem. Because there was no nail, the horseshoe was lost. And because there was no horseshoe, the horse was lost. And no horse, the rider was lost. And because there was no rider, the battle was lost. And because the battle was lost, the empire was lost. The kingdom was lost. And all because a little tiny nail wasn't in the horseshoe. Well, sometimes when we think about cross-border collaborative journalism, we tend to focus on the big things that could go wrong, such as lack of access to information, security issues, all these kinds of things. But sometimes it's the very small little details, the little nail in the horseshoe, that can potentially derail an investigation, or certainly disrupt it. And don't take my word for it. I did a little informal survey before this, over the last few days, of a select group of IJ4EU grantees, just to ask, what are some of the things that can disrupt a cross-border team? And this is completely unscientific, but just to give you an idea of the top 10 issues that came up. Many things came up, but these were the ones that most teams had problems with on a kind of fundamental small nail level. So at number 10, 41% of teams found either very disruptive or quite disruptive disputes over credits and acknowledgement. Something as petty as that. Just like, who gets the credit? That was number 10. Number 9, 52%, said that different levels of expertise or experience within a team was disruptive, either very disruptive or slightly disruptive. At number 8, different approaches to legal dangers. You know, some individuals in teams being more cavalier, say, with legal threats than others. At number 7, also on 56%, lack of trust between team members. Number 5, different approaches to ethical dilemmas, different ethical standards. 69% of teams found that disruptive. 71% of teams found power imbalances within the teams, very or slightly disruptive. 83% of teams, this is number 3 on the top 10 list, clashes of egos. Something as again, seemingly petty, but it can be devastating to a team. Number 2, different expectations about work to be done by different individuals within the team. That was 83%. And do you know what the number 1 issue was? 90% of teams found this disruptive or either very or quite disruptive. Communication issues. It's just about good old-fashioned communication. So what are we going to do about these things? We have 3 fantastic panelists with a lot of experience in managing cross-border teams or being involved with cross-border collaborative teams who hopefully are going to give us their insights on how they approach some of these things, and I hope we'll get to some quite concrete ideas about how we can head off these things, make sure the little nail in the horseshoe doesn't ruin the whole thing. So we're going to start with Coco. Coco is someone who I would describe as having a great deal of expertise in project management. She also comes from an anthropology background, so interesting little take on things there. I'd like to give you sort of 5 minutes or so to say your piece. I'll do this for each of you, and then we're going to leave plenty of time for the audience here to chime in as well, because I think people have a lot to say. So let's start with you, Coco. There is a clicker here if you want to use slides.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe use that one, yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me. I think I got... sorry. Yeah, I got the title wrong, sorry. But whatever could go wrong, maybe a good title as well. It's obvious that if you put a bunch of people together and they have to work together and they are experts in what they do, it is not logical that immediately the team works like a very well-oiled machine. Maybe after working together for some years, they may be. Myself, I am a project manager with a background of investigative journalism a few years ago. But as many of you know, freelancing is not paying the bill. So I went into project management to pay my bills. And at the end, I saw that investigative journalism and project management are a really nice combination when, for example, the Panama Papers started. And I saw that a lot of journalists came together to do amazing things. But I also realized that not all of them are really good coordinators or as you said, that if you put a lot of people together, sometimes it's egos, sometimes it's communication, sometimes it's something else that makes it very difficult to work together. As a project manager, I do nothing else than putting people together, experts, multidisciplinary teams, and I guide them through the process. I have an overview of what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, and how it should be done is the input of the experts. So let me check. Is it this one? Yes. So an investigation is a project. So it has people. It has a certain amount of time that you can work on it, and you have a budget. So this is like the basic of a project. And if you change something in one of the 3, like you have more people in your project, then there's a change in time and there's a change in budget, and they can haunt you. So there are these three knobs that you can turn on, but it will not always have, you know, positive consequences. Because if you have more people on your team, you need a bigger budget, and you may also need more time because you have these discussions, you have to talk about, you know, how to, with your larger team, how to coordinate everything. So, but this is just like the basics. Then, if you start a project, and this is from a project management view, so not from so much the investigative view, but a project management view, you have several elements that you need to take into account, like when are you going to work together, and also where are you going to work together. And these might not be the most important questions, but if you are working in a lot of different countries, you, for example, want to come together at least once to, you know, look each other in the face. And you also have to decide, you know, when will you start, when will you deliver, and where will you meet to see each other, and where will you go, where will you publish, for example. So you have these kind of elements to think about. Then the next one is why. And the why and the what, for example, are very different, because the why you are starting the project is not the same as doing what in the investigation. The why, for example, is important for your impact strategy, for example. Or the why is also, why are you sitting together doing this investigation? You might, with 10 people, all have a different why. So you need to talk about, you know, why are you sitting here in this investigation? Why do you want to be connected to this team? And of course, the what is really important. Because if you are not agreeing on what you're going to do, you will just end up with a lot of different end results. Then you have, oh, here we go, the who, and of course, the how. And the who and the how are very connected, but the who is also important because the selection of people in your team will also be of a big influence on how the team will work. Because if you have only investigative journalists, or you have a data journalist, or you have a scientist attached to your investigation, then you might rethink your when, your where, your what, and maybe even your why. And also the how, and this is one of the most difficult parts, is the way of working. How are you going to work with all these people? So to keep it short, I will show you one of my favorite pictures that we use in project management. So I am telling the team that we are going to work on a rocking chair in a tree. You have to talk about expectations, assumptions, and of course it's really challenging to get the same idea of what you're going to do and why you're going to do it and how you're going to get there. So, you know, you have to challenge your team all the time. As I said, this is from a project management view, so my role as a project manager is to overview the process, the team, the agreements that you make, and how you will work together, and that everybody is, you know, present and doing what they should be doing. So, how to prevent a boulevard of broken investigations? Well, this is a very simple question with a very broad answer, and this is what we are going to talk about today. Thank you.
Thanks, Coco. So you don't have a quick answer to that, that question,
sorry,
right?
sorry.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That's very interesting. Can I just ask you a quick question? You've been doing this for a few years now in the investigative journalism space. Have you noticed a shift in are teams more and more interested in, say, engaging the services of someone like you just on the project management, or is there some resistance to that?
In the beginning, like 3 years ago, there was some resistance, like, you know, we know very well what we're doing and just let us do the investigation. And I really I could understand that. But as we are working in investigative and multidisciplinary cross-border teams, you can see that more and more people say like, okay, so this is kind of a little bit harder than we thought. And we do have some issues that we as a journalist may not want to solve because, you know, this is not what we do, this is not what we want to do. And you see just the shift within funding parties because they also see that this is an issue. And you also see investigative journalists changing their mind about, okay, so we have been doing this for a while, but we need to professionalize. We need these next steps. And maybe it's better to have someone to keep the overview and just guide us through the process. And then we can just focus on the investigation. We can just do what we need to do. And you need to keep challenging each other all the time. So, but yeah, there's a change. And that's nice.
Okay, great. Let's go to our first of two Jelenas on the panel now. Jelena Kosic from the ICIJ, the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, who, of course, you all know. How do you approach this, Jelena? What's your strategies? The clicker there.
Yeah, thank you.
Your slides.
So, thank you, team, and thank you for the invite. I bet you heard Pierre yesterday, who explained a little bit more about ICIJ. I usually start explaining we are that team that produced these investigations. But before I start a really short intro about like how we do it, I would like to ask you to raise hands, all of you in the audience who have been part of cross-border investigations so far. Okay, so most of the people have. Excellent. Because my talk is a little bit more hands-on. It's for journalists and editors, and it's about how we do things. So it takes a village to raise a child. I think you all know that, because it's not about one organization. It's not about one person. It's about all the people that are involved in the project. And this is how we actually approach it, and this is why we do it. There are certain elements that we always follow, and Coco mentioned some of them, but I'm mentioning them from the other side. You really need to all of these elements to work together in order to have a successful project and successful investigations. We can talk about what successful means, but to the level of what we have done so far, I would say that ICIJ had dozens of successful cross-border investigations. Some of our investigations involve teams of like 7 people. Some involve teams of 625 people. And we have done that in the course of like several months to 2 years almost for some of the projects. And the first, for a reason, is people, of course, and the most important thing, and I will tackle most of the team's 10 issues. This is one of the things I always mention. When you start working on our coordinated projects, we always say it's not about egos, because there is no way that you can be part of it if you are feeling strong about it. The reason for that is that we have something, and I'm going to share it with you as I'm sharing with partners. I train partners a lot, and the first thing they need to learn, next to stay safe and keep project documents and our partners safe, is that they need to know how to actually be part of the team, you know, and leaving ego aside is very relevant. Why? Because they are asked to radical share. So the idea of radical everything. You have people from Guardian, you have people from Washington Post, OCCRP, ARIJ, Connecticus, and other organizations and small newsroom all over the world. And they all share all of their findings. Without it, there are no success in our projects. Reasons are different. This is like who is coming to dinner. You're throwing a big dinner party, and everybody has to bring something from their background. The power of these projects is that everybody is bringing something from their countries. There is no way, and I have worked in the investigative world for 15 years, that somebody on a side would know better than a local expert. Local expert, a journalist that is doing investigative reporting, knows better than you, and that you have to accept. These are some things that keep us safe. We plan everything in advance. We plan all the details, when we start, how many meetings we have, and things like that. I'm going to go quickly. I can go back if you ask questions afterwards. We have rules of collaborations. For us, we have regular meetings on different levels. We have team meetings of ICIJ, we have team meetings with partners, we have regular meetings with the data team, we have regular meetings with regional teams of partners and so on. All of these are equally important in order for project to succeed, or project to be successful, or project not to be exposed before, and most of the partners publish their stories. Confidentiality is like one of the first questions we are asked when we are doing these things. How come you keep project safe? There are no leaks of the leaked documents we got with 600 journalists, because everybody knows and understands the risk. We talk with them so much that they understand that they cannot share anything, with whom they work, what they work on, before the publication date is out. Trainings are a relevant component. We train all of our partners in everything that they need, using our platforms, and also anything else that they may have as a question. Technology, as Pierre yesterday mentioned as well, plays, I would say, is one of the pillars of ICIJ. Why is that? Because many of the issues that both Tim and Coco mentioned, and I'm sure Jelena will mention as well, are connected with it. We have several platforms that our tech team have created. How come we improve communication? We have a platform only for communication. Double encrypted on both sides, keep us safe. That's where we radically share all of the findings. That's where we have leads, that's where we have and talk about things that we know or we don't know, and we ask. And then partners all over the world actually reply back and say, when they see the effort from our team, how much we invest, how much is it important for us as ICIJ, but also from the partners from other countries, they feel safer, they feel acknowledged, and then they contribute more. This is one of the keys of successes, because they see how it is important for us, and then it's important for them, and then they want to be part of it, and then they want to contribute more. Other platform, Pierre also mentioned, is DataShare. It's actually a search engine that we use as a database with the documents that we use. I always suggest, if you're a journalist or you have a small team and you don't have access to some of the fancy stuff, you can always download the DataShare, and it's free and open at GitHub for yourself. So, for example, you always have been there. If you have, 300 pages in paper on a PDF that you cannot search through, you can upload it in DataShare, and it will analyze it by default for yourself, so you can search it easily. That's why our work is possible. I don't have to check 12 million documents. I simply search through search terms. It's not easy, it takes time, but we are far more efficient. We check everything 3 times. Profis is another tool that Pierre talked about yesterday. I'm not going to go in details. One of the reasons how we do it is that my team, data team, actually works on everything, check every single number by 3 different persons before it's signed off by one of the editors. Data plays, again, one of the pillars of ICIJ. We provide leads, potential stories, we provide the numbers, a lot of numbers for both ICIJ stories and partners' stories. Again, we invest time in this. We invest time before the projects. When we onboard partners, they see our key findings in the beginning, and they pick it from there. Sometimes it's useful, sometimes it's not that much, but they see in our work, and they then are willing to invest even more time. With all of this, and the data that you can see behind, this is only like the details from Pandora Papers data. These type of projects, at this stage, the biggest project in scope of journalists in the world, is possible to do. And this, with all of these elements, we are able to do. Even though we are a team of 40, Data team has 6 people. It's not that many of us. We have our own investigations. We have actually, we have like the same number is the number of reporters as well. We are not a big team. We are just well organized and we work really hard about it. And we fact check everything. This is possible because we plan everything in advance and we talk about this. So again, very similar to Coco's end of the question. These are some of the risky situations in our work. We plan them in advance in order to see what can go wrong and in order to make ourselves, our partners, our sources, and documents safe. Is it easy? Absolutely it's not. It's a really hard work by a lot of teams. But with having all of this said, it actually helps us a lot that it is communicated through, that everybody is on the same page and everybody knows what to do next. So we always try to keep positive and have a nice energy. And I know it's serious investigations, but people are very enthusiastic and this is how we work together. And these are some of the key findings and the impact that the type of projects has. And I'm going to stop now.
Don't name any names here, but have you ever had any catastrophic breakdowns of relations within an ICIJ project or anything like that?
We do have issues. I wouldn't call them catastrophic. Of course, we had issues. We had issues with some big newsrooms, sometimes with small newsrooms. This type of thing happens, not a lot, but it happens from time to time. It's based then on our decision, do we continue working with them? How do you approach if those are really important partners? It's very delicate. We have a lot of meetings about it, try to assess the damage, try to see what caused it for us, but what caused it for partners as well. Because it's not only ICIJ in here, right? It's always like different partners. So somebody can overstep somebody else, but that's why we have so many meetings. And we have, I'm one of regional coordinators. We have several regional coordinators, then guide the teams from certain regions and try to see how, who would step in whose field at some point. So we try, work our best and that not to happen.
Thanks. Jelena Pretoric, how do you approach this at Arena for Journalism in Europe?
Hi, thank you for inviting me. It's very nice to be here. And actually, when I was invited, I debated with myself if I'm coming here as a freelancer or as a person representing the Arena for Journalism in Europe, and I decided to be both. So I'm going to take off my Arena hat in certain moments and put on my freelancer hat, because I've definitely made more mistakes as a freelancer, and I'm going to get to that. So these are some of the Arena's core activities. It's a shameless plug-in, but also if you see something you want to discuss later, I'm here and I can sort of explain what Arena does. But across all of these activities, like the core ambition or the core idea is actually to enable, to encourage people to do cross-border investigative journalism. And I mean, it started with the conference, and then Arena got more involved as I would say, a coordinating organization. We are not trying to be the new ICIJ, and I'm here, whatever I say here is more, I would say it's true for, I guess, everyone, but especially for ad hoc teams or freelancers. I listed here 3 projects because in 2020, Cities for Rent was published, and the idea was to look into the issues in the housing market and why the prices are rising in 16 European countries. And Arena was the organization spearheading that investigation and then also coordinating it. Forever Pollution Project was mentioned yesterday by Tim, who was sitting right here, and he's there in the back. So while the story started as a local story, as we heard yesterday in the panel, Arena helped at some point to scale it up. And Troubled Waters is a third project, and that was collaboration between journalists and activists with the idea to create research material that could be multiplied. So as you can see, like there's no one model, but the idea is to sort of inhabit that space of collaborative cross-border journalism in different ways. And when thinking about like how, and I'm here like talking both now from position of freelancer, but also somebody who was at like to some extent at some point involved in some of the work that Arena did. We really went like back to basics, and I mean, I was sort of like thinking, okay, this is such a stupid list and it's a no-brainer, and of course like you need to talk about all these things prior to starting an investigation, and like you would be surprised that often doesn't happen. So I do think if you have mechanisms in place like you do with ICIJ, then you are going to think about all these things. But you know, does it really need to be a cross-border story? I did cross-border stories that did not need to be a cross-border story. Why? Because we were like very aware that cross-border stories get funded. So as a freelancer, you would be like, yeah, let's do a cross-border story and we're going to get some funding. And essentially the story is a very national story that it's sort of like declined in 3 countries. Keep funding them, people who are here in organizations that like give grants to journalists. I'm not saying the opposite, but I'm just saying that like sometimes you need to be aware that cross-border means, you know, investing additional energy or time, and you're going to talk to all these people all the time, and you know, if you're friends, you might not be friends towards the end, and so on. So I'm just saying that, you know, it comes like it has benefits, but also it has a cost. Another thing is like thinking of type of collaboration you need. Like not every collaboration is going to be, you know, Pandora Papers. So like sometimes maybe you just need somebody in a country to check on like a data set or like whatever, and you don't need to start, you know, you can involve them in later stages of an investigation. So I think like having these discussions very early on is actually very helpful. How will you find your partners? And I have no idea what I want to say after the end thing, but I really think that, I mean, there are like a number of, you know, websites and groups where you can reach out to people. I don't know, I do think that I would rather ask for recommendations to have like trusted partners. A very important thing is the timeline for research and publishing. I have 2 stories in the back of my mind, and that have I started them like 2 years ago with a very small team. Then everyone, you know, was working on 5 different projects, and it just, yeah, they're still out there somewhere. But yeah, we have never agreed on the timeline. So what I'm saying is that, you know, I'm saying that these are important questions, and in Arena I learned that these are important things to discuss, and then I went and like happily disregarded all the advice. And another important thing is, of course, the funding, how we distribute the money. I think that's super important, especially if you have like teams of journalists who come from, you know, like sometimes, again, I'm talking about the grant schemes here, but also if there's not a grant, if you have a journalist from a southern country and a journalist from, I don't know, like Germany or like a country where, or the Nordic countries when journalists are paid better, it's very hard to, you know, demand the same type of engagement sometimes, or the same type, or like maybe the journalist from the south, you know, is going to work on 5 other projects and can't do the same amount of hours. So I'm just saying that it's something to bear in mind. And of course, how we communicate, the tools we are using for communication, that's also super important. So here I'm praising the coordinator, and it can be an organization, but also for the teams of freelancers. I think it's super helpful to have that one person who is gonna, like Coco mentioned, like a project manager, I call it a coordinator. I think there are different ways in which you know, we can think of that person, but they're doing like all the boring stuff, you know, like they have to chase you and call meetings and make minutes so that you can go back to the minutes, because sometimes they say things and they don't remember, and then you go back to the minutes and you can actually point out, like, listen, you said that, and you agreed to do that. They are also handling all the communication across the teams, and it's always good to have this one person who's going to communicate with the funders. I think that in this world of freelance journalism, I would say that coordinator can be somebody from the team. I don't, that requires, much more work, but I think that, it's a solution in a way, but you need to budget extra for their time for coordination. There is also the system of rotating coordination that I tried once, and I would like to hear more people who have had this experience, because I have mixed feelings about it, but I think, that can work because everyone shares this responsibility, and it's, nice idea to share responsibilities. So when Arena does coordinations, as I said, like, the projects were very different, but this is like one of the things that we have been sort of like trying to do. I think what's important here is, if we, skip the first point, which is, sometimes we can, like in Cities for End, do this preliminary research, like try to find data sets, and look into the Arena is European centered, so it's going to be EU legislation, EU data sets, and so on. What I think people found helpful was like writing up the memorandum of understanding. So I'm not a very structured person. That's not my nature. And I always felt that writing up a contract, especially when I'm working in a team where, everyone is friendly, and we're all journalists and we like each other, it's almost like a bit, I don't want to say insulting, but it has like, it gives this idea that, I don't really trust you, that you're going to behave the way you should. But I think now it's super helpful because, and especially helpful if there's like a third organism that says like, you need to, sign this, and this is where we agree on, on confidentiality. So you're not going to take the data and just like publish it in your newspaper. We agree on the deadlines. We agree on the fact that, you're not gonna just disregard the calls from the coordinator and disappear for months without telling us what's happening with the story, etc. So I do think that is quite important, and also, calling up meetings, preparing all these summaries so that everyone knows what's happening, keeping minutes, checking in with the partners, all of that is being done by people who are not working as journalists on the investigation. And also there's something we launched, and which is a collaborative desk, which there's a link here, and you can check on the website what it's all about. I'm just going to briefly mention it. So if you have like super confidential documents proving that your government's involved in like some sort of weapon smuggling, don't come to collaborative desks. We don't have that, our system is, I don't think, secure enough. Like, it's not meant for that type of stories, okay? We can't host Pandora paper documents, so this is not us. Yeah, then go to the other Jelena. But it offers some sort of like digital infrastructure for the teams, and I think this is why it's also very helpful for the freelance teams. It's basically, you talk to someone who can tell you, okay, this could be your security setup. Not every story requires you to, I don't know, like be super secretive, like that's really not the point, but it offers you some like tech infrastructure, and it's nothing like very fancy, but it gives you a place, to store your documents, to have like to share notes, like a wiki that you can share with your partners, etc. You can get some sort of support and mentorship, and that is very much being developed. And what we can do is we can help you connect with other people who are in all these networks, who we know personally, and who might help you with, a data analysis in a country, or getting to a source, or who can join your team. Yeah, so I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
And just a side note, the collaborative desk that you mentioned will actually be a tool that will be made available to IJ for EU grantees in the next edition, with all of the support that goes around that desk. So that's quite a nice little innovation. All right, well, thank you, all three of you. It's a really great start to the conversation. I think we've got about 15 or 20 minutes left. I would love to throw this open now to the floor. Questions, comments, frustrations, whatever. So yes, why don't we start with you in the front?
Hello. So my name is Yorgos Christidis. I'm a Greek journalist. I've been involved in several cross-border investigations and investigative work in general for Der Spiegel, The Guardian, and other media partners. I think I've encountered all your 10 commandments throughout those collaborative projects. But I was just wondering, I think in my view, in my experience at least, I don't know if you agree, this kind of different perspectives and ego clashes and people saying, you know, I'm Greek and I see things differently from Greece, and someone else is from Sweden and says, I don't know, something else or whatever. I mean, this kind of bolsters the investigation rather than creating an echo chamber where everybody's on the same page all the time and we're all focusing on the same target and nobody's... so that it can be conflict, but also not so. I just wanted this your comment. And I also found that what you said, it's very important to have like someone in charge, someone calling the shots in the end. You know, like someone like saying, okay, guys, this is what we do. This is you do this, you do that. You know, you compartmentalize if possible. You know, use your strengths, knowing every journalist or partners what they can offer to the table, and then sticking to that and moving forward. So I'm not sure conflict within the group is always detrimental, but it can be quite the opposite, and in fact help the investigation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and actually one of the things that came up in that little survey, I think, thanks. Somebody made a comment on that survey and said that yes, these are disruptive things, absolutely. But in fact, they're also opportunities, and they should be seen in a positive light. There's a chance to do things much better. We shouldn't just see it as a negative. Does anybody want to elaborate on anything raised there? Or?
So conflict within a team is one of the top questions that I get. You know, how do I solve the conflict within my team? And again, there is not a simple answer to this question. It also depends on what the conflict is about, but communication here is key. So, you know, you have to understand where is the conflict based on. So what is the true problem? And then maybe you have to sit with these 2 or 3 people that are in conflict and just, you know, try to understand each other and see whether you can agree to a certain level that, you know, you have to work together, you have a goal, you have to go somewhere, you have an end result that you want to work on, and can you manage to, you know, get there without any further conflict. But sometimes you have to realize that egos or whatever the conflict has started with may just end the partnership or maybe even end the project. So sometimes that is just something that you have to take into account, that it is a possibility. But communication here is key. And again, assumptions are a lot of times the cause of these conflicts, because there's an assumption that the other person will, or there is an expectation that the other person is going. So it's really important also as a project lead or coordinator, or in how you want to call the role that you are playing, that you can step into this conflict and see whether it is something that you can get out of, or that you maybe have to decide as a team that, you know, this is the end of it, or we need to find another partner. That may be an end result.
Any more remarks?
Hi, I'm Ariadne I'm the Impact Director at Lighthouse Report, so you won't be surprised to hear that my question is about the extent to which you integrate impact planning within these collaborative structures, and maybe a bit about, if so, how you do that. Thanks.
Maybe for you, Jelena? Yep.
So impact, do we plan it in advance? Partially, yes. All the stories needs to know what's the public interest in them. And for ICIJ projects, it has to have like something that we call a system failure, right? Systematic failure. So when you plan a project based around that, you know that in some of the countries that you see where the system in different regions failed. You know, if it is about human trafficking, if it is about deforestation, if it is about illicit money flows. And then you know that there will be impact from certain bodies. So I'm not saying that this is the only scope that we have in advance, but we do pay attention to it, you know. When we have no matter if we get leaked documents or if we are working on a project without documents, we do sit and then discuss the potential impact of each of the projects we are about to start. So we kind of see, you know, who is important in this, and based around that, then we can have like a different or direct approaches towards, you know, like asking them for questions and things like that. We don't work with advocacy groups. We don't work in terms of pushing whatever is that we published. We very follow this like journalistic ethics in the direction of, we will publish this, it will be here, and we will ask you hard, you know, questions about this, and then certain bodies will react. It's different from the region to region extremely, but when you have global projects, you know, no matter how hard they are to maintain and guide, you do have then a global reaction, you know, like if it is connected with US and EU still, you can pretty much for each of the projects see that they have done something in order to change their regulatives, to change different type of attempts to change some of the laws that were issued. So yeah, we do have that in mind to a certain degree.
Yeah, Lepi, do you factor impact in when you're planning?
If only, I wish. No, not really. But no, I think there was there was some talk about the impact and how to maximize it with cities for N, for instance. We do have discussions about it, but also I was like in your session just before, and I was amazed by, you know, how you went to like all these details and how structured it all is. We have nothing like that, so I would like to come to your master class or something.
Any more questions?
Yeah, first you.
Could you talk a little bit more about concrete examples of how you fix communication issues or how you set expectations? And the question kind of comes from one of the challenges that we've had on cross-border projects is that there's sort of an expectation of fast response or frequent response. And at the same time, people working on lots of different things. And so there's a lot of administrative burden of just having to reply and say, I can't do this, I'll do it by this time, or things like this, and sort of the extra labor of communication. So can you talk about a little, sort of how do you think about navigating what the expectation is of how quickly to respond or how you should respond, and how to set deadlines with all of those kind of ideas?
The communications issues, the number one gripe, remember. Yeah, how do you fix it?
Thank you. So one of the things that I do in the beginning, when I start working with a team, is also ask how much time people can spend on the project. Because if you have someone who can spend like 100% on the project for the next 3 or 4 months, that is very different from someone who has to do it aside, like, you know, maybe a few hours a week or something. If you have that clear and everybody knows how much everyone can put into the project, then the expectation is not perhaps that the one person who has 5 other projects running besides your project will have an answer like within an hour or within a day. Also, you can have agreements on, you know, for example, if I send you an email, I would expect you to reply in 2 or 3 days. But if I send you a signal message, I would really like you to respond within a day. So these are things that you can agree on, and then it will make sure that you don't have like conflicts over these kind of things. So there are so many things that you can talk about and challenge each other. Like, you know, how are we going to do this? Do you expect this from me, or can I expect this from you? So this is just one way how you can make sure that you don't have these kind of conflicts during the project.
And when you do have the conflicts, what do you do then, though, when it's already a fact?
Well, the memorandum of understanding was mentioned, and I do understand if you have like 2 or 3 people, you may not want to fill in like this whole large piece of paper with all these agreements and all these parts, but you can put something on paper on, okay, so if we are working together for the next couple of months on this investigation, these are the agreements that we have been talking about, so you can put it on an email, for example. So, you know, you have to scale up and down as you need it.
And then you refer back to it and say, remember,
and you
we
refer
agreed
back
that,
to it, like, you know, we have been talking about this, don't you remember? Do we need to, you know, have this talk again? Maybe something changed. You know, I'm not the person who's going to accuse someone of something, but maybe, you know, this person is ill or has a mom that is ill or a child. So, you know, my first reaction is, how can I help you come to the agreement that we had as a team? Or do we have to have this talk again? Or maybe we have to change something for the next few weeks so that, you know, you can take care of your child or your mom, but then at least we can go further, or we can, you know at least what is happening. It's like there was a team where there were 3 people working together and one person just disappeared. And it was impossible to get this to... And at the end it happened that, you know, this person was taking care of someone. So, you know, you also have to agree that if there is something blocking you from participating in the investigation, just let us know. Just, you know, communicate. Just let us know that you have to have a few weeks off because you cannot work on the project. So that, you know, the communication prevents a lot of conflict.
I think we have time for a couple more. So one here, and then we'll go to the back.
I've researched the challenges and the mental well-being of investigative journalists working on cross-border collaborations on an academic level. And what was very apparent is that the mental well-being of journalists tend to be related to the amount of legal protection and financial security that they have. Is there any sort of support on a kind of systemic level to support journalists who are from, let's say, more dangerous regions or from more insecure regions, as opposed to those who live in countries like the Netherlands or Denmark, where it's pretty safe?
Yeah, sure. When you say systematic, what do you mean by it?
In a way that it's integrated in your systems that you work with, that there's a certain solution or at least
I got it right.
for this?
Yeah. Of course there are. I mentioned that by keeping everybody safe, you keep safe people in the dangerous countries. That's why you do it. I always have to remind people in the Netherlands and other places where, you know, journalists feel fairly safe, is that they don't need to keep data safe only because of them. But for someone in Russia or Ukraine or in the Middle East, this can cause a huge issue, right? So this is one of the things. We have all of the kind of steps in order to keep like literally everyone in the project safe, and we try to follow them, and we reinforce this regularly. When something happens, we have several levels of keeping people safe, depending on what happens to them. Sometimes we have to work in moving people from their countries because they have been heavily attacked there. Sometimes we wouldn't put their names, sometimes we wouldn't put even their countries that they have contributed from certain countries in order to keep them safe, unfortunately. But these are all small steps that we already know, and we are asking for that. Next to other issues, we then think if this person needs to be there alone, if it's travel, who is traveling there, on all of these levels. So having experience in different projects with the different people, we always try to plan and assess, the levels of danger that somebody may face. But it's also not only about that, right? It's about like where they are in their lives in terms of, like you mentioned, like financial, and also like the stressful moment are really important. So this is different for journalists in different countries, but we don't provide financial support to our partners. We provide basically documents so that they can, check it, and they are the one who actually finally decide if they have time and they have enough energy in their teams to do and follow the projects. And this is why we actually ask their editors to see if this is okay. And then they have to commit members of their team to work with us. Does it work? Sometimes yes, sometimes not. Does it fall on the back of those reporters? Probably, by most of the chances, unfortunately, yes. But then when something like that happens, they approach us and say, we have a lot of things to finish, we have amazing story, but we need help with the reporters. That, of course, doesn't come from a country like Germany, but it comes from different countries, right? So then we step in and we talk, especially the coordinators for that region would talk with the reporter's editor and explain the situation. And in this way, we try to help as much as we can.
Let's squeeze in one more in the back, and then we'll stop.
Hi, and thanks a lot. My name is Elena, and mine is more a call. And from my experience, most of the problems in projects have to do with people's personalities and personal things rather than the project itself. So I really think that donors should really ensure that, make sure that they pay for at least one in-person meeting per project, ideally two, one at the beginning and one at the end. Because, of course, it's not the solution to all the problems, and you need planning and you need many things. But if people gather in an informal, relaxed way, I won't say have alcohol, because we can't say that, but, meet in places like this, then when they have problems and conflicts, which they will always have, I think it's likely that they can be more empathetic toward the others if they've shared also personal, closer kind of things.
Yeah, if I could just quickly comment on that. I'm really sympathetic to that view completely. In an ideal world, absolutely. But I can tell you that a lot of the independent jury members who select projects, say for example under the IJ for EU program, if given the choice of, it's very limited budget after all, given the choice of spending money on, say, getting team members together for those purposes, or putting a little bit more into another project, say, eking out one more project, they tend to go for the latter, just because of the sheer lack of money, which is unfortunate, but that's kind of the reality. But absolutely hear your point. Does anybody want to comment on that? Otherwise, I think we're going to have to close up and get to our closing ceremony. Any last words? No? All right. Well, thank you very much to Coco, Jelena, and Jelena.
And look who is back. Thank you very much for this very candid discussion as the last session of the Uncover 2023. Now that everybody is here, I have the honor of inviting IPI Sprane, and ECPMF Lutz for a final round of conversation so that they can share with us their impressions and perhaps also their wishes for the next 2 years of IG4EU.
Always sit down, always stand up. Oh dear. So the mic check.
Does it work?
It does, of course. Well, first of all, thank you all for wonderful 2 days of discussions, deliberations, and masterclasses. I mean, it was fascinating to listen to all your incredible stories and investigations. I mean, we heard from challenges of working on migration on European borders, threats and opportunities of artificial intelligence, EU party financing, and Ukrainian front lines. And it's been truly inspiring to listen for the last 2 days. At the same time, it's been daunting to hear how difficult some of this work is, and how much you have to actually work and persevere to publish something which is of public interest. How easy it is to hide information, and how difficult it is to uncover the information. And what we heard also is how much support journalism needs. And this is incredible, I think, because journalism today needs support more than ever. And we as a global press freedom organization see absolutely every day the threats and attacks that journalists are facing around the world. The autocrats and the powerful individuals have an incredible toolbox at their disposal to stifle journalism. Their resources are absolutely enormous, while our resources are dwindling, resources of journalism. And this is why, for us, it's a natural instinct, natural way forward is to cooperate and collaborate. And I think for me that's particularly resonates, because this was one of the founding missions of IPI when it was created almost 75 years ago, is to provide collaboration and cooperation and solidarity for independent journalism. And we continue to do this today through advocacy, cooperation, networking, and some funding. And IJ4EU is an important part of our toolbox to support investigative and independent journalism. And together with our partners, this ECPMF and the EJC, we are also providing a lot of other support. There's a lot of funding, but also support in legal assistance, training, mentoring, networking opportunities. I mean, some things that were mentioned, how do you provide legal support when journalists are in trouble? That's also part of the important solution. And I'm extremely grateful that we are receiving this support now for a number of years. I think since 2019, this project has been going on, and I'm very grateful that the EU has recognized this and has provided support for another 2 years, but I'm also very grateful to the other supporters and the donors, the Fried Ort, Open Society, Isocrates Foundation, and the City of Leipzig for their continued support. And I think what we would like to see is also more organizations joining this, because I think one of the elements that this program and project provides, which is very important, is trust. It provides trust between journalists who work together, but it also provides trust on the side of the donors towards supporting independent journalism, because when they give the money, they have no idea what it is they're going to be funding in the end in terms of stories. They have no influence on the editorial process of the journalists, of the newsrooms that are able to do and investigate these stories independently. And we provide this firewall between the donors and the journalists, which I think is an important element of this project. In the past years, we've managed to fund around 150 projects together, which is incredible. 150 cross-border investigations. I don't know how many that results in terms of publications, in terms of that's how many organizations participate is even greater. And 3.5 million euro was dispersed, and 3.5 million is just for the grants alone. There is the fund that was supporting other things as well, as I said, networking, training, mentoring, and so on. But the needs are even greater. We were only able to support 1 in 6 applications that we received. If we wanted to fund all 900 applications we received, we would have needed 26 million euros. So the need is clearly much greater, and this is what we want to do more of. And as my colleague Tim announced at the beginning, we are extremely thrilled that we've received a positive response from the EU as the largest donor and supporter for this, that we'll be able to continue IJ4EU for 2024 and 2025. And this is a congratulations to our partners, first of all, but it's a congratulations to all of you, because at the end of the day, this is what this is intended for. It's supporting independent investigative journalism. And today, we need independent investigative journalism, I think, more than ever. We are seeing the world is full of crises, wars, conflicts, climate crisis, economic crisis, and we need journalism and we need each other to navigate these crises. And I look forward to working with you for the years to come. And as I hand the microphone back to Lutz, I want to thank you and your colleagues at the ECPMF, especially Denise, for pulling this together, organizing and bringing us together. Thank you very much, and here is to a successful continued cooperation with all of you and more to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frane. I tend to say I have nothing to add, but I want to add something. I was working as a journalist myself for more than 2 decades. I was a political reporter, and I was always a bit jealous of the investigative guys sitting next to me in the next office, because they didn't join conferences, nobody was knowing what they are doing, and they spent most of their time abroad, also with some resources that we didn't have back then as political reporters, and they came up with the most amazing stories. So my heart is really with the investigative journalism, and it was such a pleasure to listen to you, to listen to the outcome, and we are so proud that we could create this kind of outcome with the IJ4EU program. And thank you so much to the partners that really did an amazing job. The next time that we will conduct the IJ4EU program, we even have an additional partner with us in the consortium, which is Arena, and we really heartily welcome them to our consortium. I think I want to underline one aspect that you already mentioned. We have to praise the European Commission for doing what they are doing. They provide the financial means for IJ4EU. There is a firewall between the Commission and the grantees. That means the program is really running completely independent. And what is the result? A lot of investigations, as we saw, for example, with the party financing, is critical of what is happening within the EU and within the EU apparatus. That means that the EU is financing a mirror and doesn't know what kind of face they see in the mirror. And the face is not always nice. And this is a deeper understanding of why we need journalism. Because journalism is part of the checks and balances that we need in any kind of democratic organization. And as you know, this is becoming rare because, well, the money for silencing journalists is increasing. The budgets for silencing journalists is increasing. I just want to give you a small example, because we have the elections on Sunday in Poland. We have conducted a fact-finding mission to Poland. The Gazeta Wyborcza, for instance, faced 120 slap lawsuits since 2015, and the government is pumping 400 million euros per year into the state TV to issue really the worst propaganda that you ever have seen. It really looks Soviet style. So in comparison, we have a small budget, and we should use also the opportunity here on the stage to call for funders and supporters. If you want to join, you are very welcome. Yeah, you can see the positive effects, and you can see that we create with this kind of journalism that you are doing, that we create a truly public European sphere, which is necessary to deepen our understanding also of us as Europeans and to deepen also the connection that we have with each other. Yeah, I would like to stop here and hand over to Denise. And again, thank you all, and I'm looking forward to the 4th term of the IJ4U.
Thank you, Franne, and thank you very much, Lutz. May I say very important remarks and kind words. Before we leave the stage, we would like to thank a couple of institutions and people. First and foremost, we are very thankful to our gracious host here, the permanent representation of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia in Brussels. Vielen Dank. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here in Brussels at these premises. And a big thank you once again, although I will be reiterating what has already been said, to our generous donors, European Commission, Open Society Foundations, Friedort, Isocrates, and the City of Leipzig. Thank you for making this event possible. Thank you for supporting us. And a special shout out to our partners, to IPI and European Journalism Center, EJC. Thank you very much. It is such an honor, such a pleasure, a joy to be working with you, for me and for my colleagues at ECPMF. And welcome, Arena. We are very happy to welcome you to our consortium. I'm looking forward to meeting with our colleagues there.
Please also give a warm applause to our one and only IJ4U program manager, Denise. She was working so hard for this conference for months and months and months, and I think it is a full success. Thank you so much, Denise, for all your work. I also want to thank the entire ECPMF team who is present here. First of all, Olga Komorova and Jordan Higgins, who are doing the communication back there. You saw Andreas Lamm with the camera, Deputy Director of the ECPMF. Gürkan Flutura, Lawrence is also probably still here, and Lucy from our supervisory board. So I thank you all for making this happen. My last thanks goes to you as journalists. Thank you for everything that you are doing, for your tireless work to hold the powerful to account. This is our job. See you at Uncovered 2024.
See you next week.